There's a website called Church Leaders that had a very interesting article, and I have condensed some of it. And I want to tell you that the author of this article specifically says that he's not bashing the church in these points. And so I have to think he's still feeling loyal to the church. So I don't want to misrepresent this website and the author of this website as holding my point of view. But I will show you what he had to say, and then we'll talk about our own conclusions of what that means. The theme of his article is 10 surprising reasons our kids leave church. And in his introduction, he points out that 70% of youth stop attending church when they graduate high school. Now, I ask you, how long can any institution continue when 70% of the young people leave that institution when they get high school age? How long can that last? Well, that is a huge hemorrhage. You know, if these kids were blood in your body, going out at this rate, how long would it take you to be dead? Not long, would it? You would bleed out very quickly. Well, he says, we all know them, the kids who were raised in church. They were stars of the youth group. They maybe even sang in the praise band or led worship. And then they graduated from high school and they leave church. What happened? That's how a lot of church people feel, a lot of the older ones. They always see this happening with the young people. They might even be involved with the church, but then they get high school age and they're gone. And you look at any church crowd and you look for the faces of the young people. You're not going to find them, or many of them. So this is a big concern that is being raised here. So what are these 10 surprising reasons that he gives? Well, realize he got these answers by actually going to some of these kids and asking them why they left. He did his own survey of these kids to come up with these answers. And this is kind of presented like a top 10 list, okay? So we're going to start with number 10 and move towards number 1. Number 10, the church is relevant. Now, a lot of times people would think the church is not relevant. But he's saying, no, the church is relevant. And he explains that we've taken a historic 2,000-year-old faith, dressed it in jeans, and tried to sell it as cool to our kids. What we're packaging is a cheap knockoff of the world we're called to evangelize. What can you say? This is a church leader saying this. And this is what the kids are seeing. You know, all of that stuff of giving them the rock music and all the latest fashions and keeping up with the times, all of that. They think that's going to help them retain the young people, and it's actually turning off the young people. Number 9, they never attended church to begin with. From a Noah's Ark themed nursery to pizza parties and rock concerts, many evangelical youth have been coddled in a not quite church but not quite world hothouse. So they never experienced church in the sense of what the scriptures say the assembly of believers should be. Instead, what they got is a steady stream of entertainment. You know, recently I got an advertisement at my home from one of the churches in the area. And they wanted to attract me and my family to their church. They don't know who I am. I read through that. I couldn't even find a mention of the Son of God. It was all about all their different kinds of programs, all their entertainment. And that's what was supposed to attract me to their church. And I think that's quite typical of what is going on. Number 8, they get smart. The agnostics and atheists treat our youth as intelligent, which is to say, for the most part, Christians don't treat them as intelligent. And so they're attracted to what the agnostics and atheists are saying. Now, I would just like to speak to this for a minute, and I would like to tell you that the agnostics and atheists don't have something better to give these kids than what you can find in the Word of God. But since most of these churches don't even teach the kids the Word of God, they've got nothing with which to fight that. Number 7, he's saying here, I think to the parents as well as the church leaders, you sent them out unarmed. Let's just be honest. Most of our churches are sending youth into the world embarrassingly ignorant of our faith. If you don't even know the first thing about what you're supposed to believe, how are you going to stand up against attacks from unbelievers? Number 6, you gave them hand-me-downs. You've tried your best to pass along the internal, subjective faith that you feel. At college, the church loses out to things with much greater appeal to the feelings of human nature. You see how that works? If all you give your kids is some kind of feeling about God, if it's all just about feelings, when they go out into the world and their feelings are stimulated by other things, why do they need the church? Community. Have you noticed this word is everywhere in the church? When our kids leave home, they leave the manufactured community. A lot of times they actually have a lot more community, for instance, at college, than they ever experienced in church, because he uses the term manufactured community. That's what a lot of it is. Number 4, they found better feelings. Rather than an external, objective, historical faith, we've given our youth an internal, subjective faith. When they leave home, they get the same warm fuzzies from the latest life coach, etc. And you know, even on TV, if you can bring yourself to watch one of these presentations by one of these televangelists, and I'm not recommending you do, okay, but I've done it, and then what you get is something like Tony Robbins or somebody like that. It's the same sort of positive thinking kind of message. That's what you get so often from the pulpits of the Christian church. Well, you know, you don't need the church to have that. Go to a Tony Robbins event. You know, you're going to get that without all the guilt, without feeling like you're not measuring up or whatever. Number 3, they got tired of pretending. In the best life now, every day of Friday world of evangelicals, there's little room for depression, struggle, or doubt. So they trumpet the message, the church is full of hypocrites. Yes, in a lot of churches, you're not really allowed to have a negative thought. You're not allowed to have a frown on your face. Everybody's supposed to be smiling all the time. You're supposed to be happy all the time. And you know what? A lot of young people come to the conclusion that's not authentic. That's not real human beings. You know, if you hit your thumb with a hammer, chances are you might say a few words you otherwise wouldn't say. That happens. That's part of life in this world. And young people, they see how very often Christianity appears on its outer veneer, but they have seen what it really is, and they see a big gap between the two. Number two, this was interesting. It says they know the truth. But it's not talking about the same truth I'm talking about, okay? It says the truth they know is this. They can't do it. They know it. All that be nice moralism they've been taught boils down to do, don't do. And you know, that's very interesting because the Christian church makes a big deal out of you don't have to keep the law. But you know what they do? They invent their own law. They have all their own do's and don'ts. Many times they have their own dress code. Doesn't come out of the scriptures, it came out of somebody's head, right? They have their own standards. Constant do's and don'ts. And so even though they talk about grace, from the standpoint of the kids, it's all do's and don'ts until it makes them feel like, you know what, I just can't do that. That's what he's saying. And he goes on here, they either think that they're good people since they don't do any of the stuff that the denomination teaches against. I'm okay. I don't need the church. I'm doing all the stuff. Or they realize that they don't meet Jesus' own words of what is required. Now that's more serious, isn't it? They actually have read the word. They've actually seen what it says. And they say, oh, I can never do that. He says there's no rest in this law, only a treadmill of works they know they're not able to meet. I think that's a big one. I think that's a very big one. And now we get to number one. They don't need it. If church is simply a place to learn life application principles to achieve a better life in community, you don't need a crucified Jesus for that. As we jettisoned the gospel, our students were never hit with the full impact of the law. Their sin before God and their desperate need for the atoning work of Christ. That is relevant, that is authentic, and that is something the world cannot offer. Our kids leave because we have failed to deliver to them the faith delivered once for all to the saints. Now, I would respectfully say, if the writer here actually believes what he's saying, that we have failed to deliver to our children and therefore to others as well, the faith delivered once for all to the saints, then is he not actually saying our church is in apostasy? What's he still doing there? Right? What is he still doing there? He should be doing what all these kids are doing. He should get out. Not to abandon Messiah, but to separate himself from something that's not the authentic gospel. Isn't that true? And look at what he's saying. The big problem of the church is they never taught the law. What? Can you believe that? How many times have you heard Christians, especially Christian leaders and pastors, say, we're not under the law? They say that all the time. It's their major mantra, right? Here is a pastor that's saying, hey, we didn't teach them the law. So they don't know they're sinners. We don't make that mistake here. We probably have our problems, but I'll tell you this, we teach the Torah. But he doesn't even get all of what the Torah is about, just going by this statement. Yes, it is to convict us of sin, but it is also telling us how we should live. And you know what? Those believers that landed at Plymouth Rock, they knew that. And they knew that the Spirit was given to us to help us live righteous lives according to the commandments of God. That we have what we need to be able to keep His commandments. I wonder if the church had actually taught all of these young people the Torah and taught them how the Spirit can help them to keep the Torah. And if they had actually experienced what it is to walk in victory in keeping His commandments, I wonder if you'd still have 70% leaving the church. I don't think you would. We have a lot of wonderful young people connected with us who love the Torah and love who they're becoming because they're learning the Torah. You know, just because something looks hard is not the easy way, doesn't make it the best way to go. Just making everything easy on people. That is not the message of Yeshua Messiah. But that seems to be the message of the Christian church.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
We see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is, "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film Darwinian Evolution Junk Science was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.TruthPoint.Info.
Welcome, friends. The Lord of the Rings. It seems like a strange place to look for insight into these modern days. You might wonder how I come up with these things to talk about. The truth is, I'm doing these presentations quite often, and where they usually start is in the middle of the night. And I'll get a picture in my head. And sometimes I'll have a dream. Sometimes during the day, something will flash into my head. And I see in pictures a lot, pictures and symbols, and they speak to me. And then from those pictures and symbols, my rational mind takes over. And I start looking into them, thinking about them. And that's kind of how these things happen. That's how this happened. Towards the beginning of the week, in the middle of the night, it just occurred to me that I needed to do a presentation about the Lord of the Rings. Don't ask me why, but I did. And some things about that occurred to me. And the next day, I put together the background that you see in our video right now. And I had that together. And that's what my presentation was going to be about. Of course, I still didn't have it all fleshed out. And then I started looking at things, and very soon I came across this. And it just struck me with how similar that is to the ring in the Lord of the Rings. Now, I don't know what significance it has or not, but it's rather interesting. I found this article in the Daily Star on June 18th. And it says, Ring of Fire eclipse could be a sign of the apocalypse, sending darkness over the Holy Land. The year's first solar eclipse with a ring of fire this Sunday will be the deepest one this century and coincides with the summer solstice, fueling doomsday believers' fears the end is nigh. And I think to people who are not believers, this all just seems superstitious and crazy that anyone might wonder if this is some kind of a heavenly sign. But for those who are Bible believers, there's a very good reason why we look at things that are happening in the heavens. Luke 21, 25, and 26 is a place where Messiah is telling us about the last days. And he says, there will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and on the earth, anxiety of nations, in perplexity. That rings a bell. Men fainting for fear and for expectation of things which are coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken. So it really isn't too crazy that in such a time of anxiety and perplexity in the world, that people might think this ring of fire solar eclipse over the land of Israel might mean something. I learned from that article that there's also a lunar eclipse coming up on July 4th over America. Darkness covering the land. And then I saw this article entitled Land of the Worried. 83% of Americans very stressed over the nation's future. New survey shows 7 in 10 Americans agree that 2020 is the lowest point in the country's history that they've witnessed. The year 2020 feels like a crossroads for the United States. This was from Harris Poll Studies. This is a dark time in America and in the world. And I think this is why people are looking at these things to wonder the meaning. Certainly July 4th is an important day in America. And so people, of course, would attach significance to this. The Lord of the Rings, insights into the growing darkness of this last age. Now you know where the idea of growing darkness came from, right? What about this last age? Could it be that we actually have reached the last age? You know, it's interesting that even many people who are not Bible believers now are very worried. Very worried that this could be the last age for at least America and maybe for the world. What could a fantasy story like The Lord of the Rings have to say about any of this? It's just a fantasy story. But you know, there really is a little more to The Lord of the Rings than what some people might think. After all, The Lord of the Rings was written by J.R.R. Tolkien, who was a Christian and therefore had somewhat of a biblical view. And that reality informed his books. And for example, one reviewer, back when the first of these Lord of the Rings books came out in 1954, said this about the books. A deeply, though never overtly Christian book with a subtle converting power, being the product of that rare thing, an entirely Christian imagination, it forces one throughout to breathe and enjoy the climate of faith. It is neither allegory nor sermon, though both may be extracted at will. Well, since I have that invitation, I decided to do that, to extract something like allegory, something like a sermon from The Lord of the Rings, because these themes are actually in the book. However, it's very subtle. As Tolkien said, I have not put in or have cut out practically all references to anything like religion in his imaginary world, for the religious element is absorbed into the story and the symbolism. In other words, there are not individual characters that just have a one-for-one semblance to some biblical characters. It's really more about principles, timeless principles. And since so many people have read The Lord of the Rings, have seen the movies, it's a good thing that we have in common that we can look at to help us understand those concepts, some common ground from which we can talk, and that's really what I'm looking for here. So in this presentation, we'll look to biblical themes of the Lord of the Rings trilogy to glean greater clarity on what is really happening in these unprecedented times of growing darkness in the world. In the Lord of the Rings story, this is where it all happens, a place called Middle-earth. And we're going to see this as a literary picture of our world that we live in. Now, I just want to say, I'm not claiming that this is what Tolkien thought, okay? But because these principles are in his book, they can be applied this way. And of course, the name of the story is The Lord of the Rings. It's about the rings. So where we want to start here is considering the rings and who the Lord of the Rings is and those who wear the rings. Let's take a look at that. We have the one who is behind all of this, who has the one ring, who created all of these rings, actually had them created. He's called the Dark Lord Sauron in the stories. And he's a clear Dark Lord. And who do you think of when you think of that term? Sauron, Satan, pretty close, right? So this first ring, the one ring, number one, I have it marked here, is the ring of Sauron. And you know that mystical looking inscription on the ring? That's elfish. And this is what that inscription says. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness, bind them. Doesn't that sound creepy? That's really creepy. That's because in the story, the Ring of Sauron embodies all of the evil powers of the Dark Lord Sauron, which he utilized to satisfy his insatiable greed to dominate the minds of all others. Sauron is the control freak of control freaks. He must control everything. All of these mind control rings come from him. You see, people don't always get that when they watch the movie or read the books, even though that's what the books are about, is mind control. That's what they're about. Mind control. That's what the rings are about. Mind control. And all of this mind control comes from the character of the Dark Lord. You know, there's no problem, really, in looking at Sauron, looking at Satan, and seeing the correspondence. It's all about mind control. And what are the mind control powers resident in the Dark Lord and in the ring? Well, these powers include temptation, deception, coercion, emotional hooks of many kinds, and supernatural powers that people often call magic, but I'm talking about the real magic. Here's the ring of Sauron at work in this world. All kinds of mind control. An entire system full of mind control. 2 Corinthians 4:4 explains what this is all about. The God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelieving. Friends, that's mind control. That the light of the good news of the glory of Messiah, who is the image of God, should not dawn on them. All of the smoke and mirrors to guard and build up his kingdom and keep people from finding and entering the kingdom of Messiah. The inscription begins, one ring to rule them all. That means to rule all the other rings, rule all the people. But the rings are important because the rings define a certain order. And that's what's so interesting about this. The ring of Sauron, embodying the evil character and powers of the Dark Lord Sauron, rules all the other rings. Once under the power of a ring from him, those wearing the ring are in his service, using the powers he generates, thinking they are serving themselves while actually serving him. The rings actually picture something. They actually are like a visual representation of the things that the Dark Lord uses to attract and control people. And that's something different for different people. You know, for some people, it's fame. For some, it's glory. For some, it's power. For some, it's gold. For some, it's other things which might seem very esoteric to you or me, but are the thing that is important to that person. And what is amazing is how these hooks that the enemy can get into people can rule them and turn them into servants of the enemy, unknowing many times, thinking they're just serving their own lusts, not realizing that that's really serving the enemy. Yes, we are talking about temptation. Now, be honest, when you look at this graphic, you see the sign, do not push the button. What is the first thing you want to do? Am I right? You want to push the button. You see, we already have it within us, right? In our fallen nature, we want to rebel. And the enemy knows that. And he knows what your particular buttons are. And he doesn't really want to push your buttons. He wants you to push your own buttons. That's really what he's up to. The book of James kind of explains the process. It says, each one is tempted when he is drawn away by his own lust and enticed. Then the lust, when it has conceived, bears sin, and the sin, when it is full grown, brings forth death. Don't be deceived, my beloved brothers. Yes, it is a deception, the deceptive power of sin. And Satan knows exactly what to dangle, when to dangle it, and how to accomplish what he's after. But it's really up to the individual how they will respond, and this comes across in the movie quite a few different times along the line as we look at the difference between the people who satisfy that lust for the ring and the ones that don't. One ring to find them. The Dark Lord Sauron takes the form of a giant eye of fire. And when you see it in the movie, it's really scary. And when you see one of the characters put on the ring, and then Sauron knows as soon as that happens and finds him. The Dark Lord Sauron takes the form of a giant eye of fire. He is not all-seeing, but he wants to be. His mind control rings allow him to see all who wear them so that he can then exercise his powers over them to control them and through them others. Compare what he's doing with the all-knowing, all-seeing creator of the universe. He doesn't need all this, the creator of the universe, because he is omnipresent. He's everywhere at all times, knows everything at all times. It's his universe, so there's nothing wrong with that. The Dark Lord, who has risen up to compete with him, has to find another way because he is not all-seeing or all-powerful. So he has done it through technological means. He's done it through the order of the hierarchy that is building up, and he's never been able to see more than he can see right now because technology has so far extended the sight of those who serve him, and then through that, going back to the enemy. So he is absorbing so much. He is finding people. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and on. He's finding us to feed all of us his mind control. Those raised up in this internet age feel its influence the most. They don't know another world. This all seems so normal to them to have these huge internet conglomerates controlling so much of what they think, so much of what they do. One ring to bring them all. All of this is used to control the ring wearers, in other words, those with their own particular addiction, and then use them to bring still others under his power. Failing that, he uses them to destroy all who resist. Have you noticed how nasty things are getting? Have you noticed how mean-spirited the world has become? His dark kingdom is a hierarchical system, a well-oiled machine designed to constantly dominate and expand his dark kingdom. At what point does he have enough control? At what point can he see enough into your life? Infinity. There's no end. Do you see it in the world around you? Do you experience it? That's not just technology. That's the eye of Sauron. Insatiable. To bring everyone over to his side. And that's the last line in the darkness, to bind them. When the same lies are repeated over and over again everywhere, when everyone around you believes and acts in those lies, then everything you know is wrong. This is the world we live in. We think we know. We think we really do, because we need something to go on. But what do you know? What you read in the papers, what you see on TV, what you see in the videos. All of this is meant to bring people. You know, what's so interesting about it is that there's a sort of unified message in all of it. And that's because the big five conglomerates control the majority of the media. And so they're all very much in agreement with what they put out there. It is propaganda. However, it exerts a great deal of pressure within the culture to conform, because when you see this everywhere, it makes you think everybody else believes this, and you're out of line if you don't believe it too. It binds you. Once one has been brought under the power of the dark kingdom, the dark lord Sauron binds one in place, using the considerable powers of the system, as well as temptation, deception, coercion, emotional hooks, and supernatural powers. The system. He binds us into the system. He has deliberately made all of us debt slaves. That's what he's tried to do. Why? In fact, for instance, I live in the United States. Our whole country is a debt slave to the tune of trillions of dollars. Do you think those people that have lent the money to the United States, trillions of dollars, have any control over what the politicians do, what the government decides, what happens in America? Trillions of dollars? Do you think that trickles down to affect your life? And what about you? How many people spend the biggest part of their day, every day, doing stuff they hate? Being miserable. Why are they doing that? Debt. They must do it to live. That's all they know. That's all they've learned. Does the system own you? What does that make you? Proverbs 22:7 says, "The rich rule the poor, and the borrower is slave to the lender." Some people think the slaves have been set free. Maybe they ought to think about that again. So we go now from the one ring of Sauron to the 9 rings that are worn by the Nazgul. And these are some really nasty creatures in the movie. They are the invisible elite servants of the enemy. They're his top elite. And those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their downfall. They fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore, and of the domination of the one which was Sauron's. And they became forever invisible, save to him that wore the ruling ring. And they entered into the realm of shadows. The Nazgul were they, the ring wraiths, the enemy's most terrible servants. I'm thinking, aren't these people a lot like the elite of our world? Are they not wraiths as well? Soulless beings that no one ever sees? Faceless beings who nevertheless are controlling our world? Interesting, isn't it? They are behind all of this. Most of us probably don't even know who all these organizations are. So I'll use a little shorthand. This is all the organizations of the global elite, established by them to set the standards for the world, to set the direction of where the world is going, to control your life and mine, and to get all of us to agree to it, which so many people, unfortunately, do without even realizing the opinions they hold are not their own. They have come from the invisible elite through the channels of communication that are all around us, then echoed through the culture in this echo chamber that we all live in, which then changes us all into the course, the direction, and the way in which the elite would have us go. You know, things that used to be considered conspiracy theories now are coming to light, and more people see it because the evidence is actually so great as to where this has all come from. And yet, most of these people who are involved are nameless, faceless people, even though they have so much power. In the book, the Witch King of Angmar is the chief of the elite. And he was corrupted by one of the 9 rings of power. He is a king, a warrior, and a sorcerer. Really, all these guys are sorcerers because they all have received the great wealth and their great rewards from Satan. And trust me, they all know him and he knows them. They're the closest ones to him. How could they not? Could this chief of all of these roughly correspond with the coming anti-Messiah? Thessalonians 2, 9, and 10 talks about him, the coming anti-Messiah. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. Oh, he comes in sheep's clothing, at most by that outward presentation, just like the world system. You know, everything they're doing is good, right? Trying to save us from ourselves. You need to do this for your own safety. You need to do this to save the world. You need to do this to save your neighbors. But in the end, who is it really for? Daniel 8, 24 and 25 talk about this one who is coming. His power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. His power comes from Satan. Through his cunning, he shall cause deceit to prosper. Under his rule, he shall destroy many in their prosperity. He'll have a lot to offer, and people will be lining up to fill their pockets, and they will be destroyed by what they receive. Then we have Kemuel, the second chief of the elite Nazgul. You know, I find this interesting, the difference between the Creator and Satan. When the Creator chooses someone, say for instance when he chose Noah, he didn't have a backup. He didn't have a number two. When he chose Moses, he had no backup. When Moses said, well, I don't want to do it, he said, you're going. He doesn't need a plan B because his plan A is perfect. Satan needs a plan B because his plans aren't perfect, even if they're pretty effective most of the time. So he's got someone else waiting in the wings, seemingly serving the number one, but always waiting next in line, even looking for his opportunity if he can overturn that one, because the whole system of Satan is based on selfishness and greed and going after more power. So none of these people can trust one another, ever. Then we have other rings. And these are not the ones that belong to Sauron's elite. And in the stories, there's various ones that get these rings. And this is just too big for us to talk about. We can't discuss all of these characters. So we simply want to say these other rings are all about expanding the Lord of the Rings power to as many as he can control. And we know that's what he's doing. And lately, he's expanding a lot. The Dark Lord controls the masses through the same methods he uses on everyone. Temptation, deception, coercion, emotional hooks, and supernatural powers. 2 Thessalonians 2:11 and 12 describes that mindset. God will send them strong delusion that they should believe the lie, that they all may be condemned who did not believe the truth but had pleasure in unrighteousness. You see, sometimes people wonder, how come God doesn't do something about this? Why doesn't he stop these people from deceiving the whole world? And what we find in 2 Thessalonians, it's the will of God to give them the opportunity to do their worst, to deceive you. To find out, do you love the truth? Do you take pleasure in unrighteousness? Or are you going to choose to seek out the truth like it were gold, but more than gold, and to seek out the righteousness that he offers? You see, it's his way of separating people. And on this earth, which way do you think most people go? It's not surprising that Satan feels so successful, because most of the time he really is. Most of the time he is, because sadly, most of us prefer to cater to our lower nature. And so it makes it easy for him. However, don't be fooled by that, because at the end of this story, righteousness will win the day, which will not be good for all of those who made the wrong choice. Well, this brings us to the war, raising up the orc army. And in The Lord of the Rings, you have this happen. There's this growing darkness, and even though Sauron has what seems to be a perfect plan, he knows that not everyone will submit. Not everyone will be tempted. Not everyone wants those things and wants to be in servitude. So he knows there must be a war. His lust for control of every person is too great for him to let any be free. And this brings war on Middle-earth. Where will he find the army for the war? For this, he would turn to the race that is forever young, the elves. Here they are. When you look at that, you might wonder, why would people like this, with a beautiful idyllic life and a beautiful idyllic place, ever want to become part of Sauron's army? Well, the truth is, they wouldn't. So he has to use the powers of the ring to turn some of them, not all of them, into his army of darkness. This reminded me of 1 Peter 5:8, where we're warned, be sober and self-controlled, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, walks around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. You know, when looking at them in their idyllic setting, these beautiful people, why would they be watching for a deceiver? Sometimes we're like that, aren't we? We get very absorbed in our lives. We don't realize that the enemy is looking to destroy us. Well, nevertheless, he has his plan. And this is what his plan is with the elves. Pretty ugly, huh? You know, this is the thing about a fantasy or a movie. It depicts inner realities in something you can see with your eye. And it's rather amazing when the plot reveals that these ugly and nasty orcs actually were created from the elves. Couldn't be more different, right? And when I look at this and I see these beautiful young people who, by the way, are forever young, they're immortal. And this reminds me of the young people, because there's always a new generation of young people. In that sense, they're forever young. There's always new ones. And it is the young, in all the decades of my life, who have been targeted for conversion into the army of the Dark Lord. This has been going on for decades. These are the people they target. And turning the elves into the orcs is like turning these beautiful young lives into this other thing that we've been seeing going on with the young people. Who is it that's burning down buildings? Who is it that is shouting obscenities at police officers and doing worse? Who is it that have become lawless mobs? Is it not, by and large, the young people? Don't you wonder how that can happen? You know, I happen to be blessed with some wonderful young people in my life. I think that's such a beautiful time in life. You know, young folks are filled with so many good things, so many good characteristics, so much wonderful life, curiosity about things, and they're always finding every day new characteristics in their life and virtues that they can share with others. That's what should be normal for young people, and is for a lot of them. And that's why it's so shocking to see this kind of a transformation. Don't you wonder how this can happen? Well, for the orcs, you saw it. It was done by evil magic power. What does that actually look like in the real world? Looks a lot like that. Daycare. A lot of times, it begins before a child can even walk. Very, very little time at home with one's parents. Then K through 12. What is this? Could this really be the Dark Lord's indoctrination center that people are taking their kids to, thinking they're preparing them for the future? Yeah, they are preparing them for the future, the devil's future. We need to wake up. Parents, please, wake up. Think about what is happening with your precious children. The first step in turning an elf into an orc is to erase all sense of elfish identity. You see, if these elves had any sense of who they were, who their families were, where they came from, what they were about, would they ever be tempted to even be involved? So the first thing that has to happen is you have to take all of that away, all of that sense of identity. You have to have a blank slate to write the programming on. So mind control job number 1 is this 16-year program. Erase where you come from and who you are. We have this kid in the classroom. Will somebody tell me who I really am? Well, now they've made it even worse because they tell you you don't really know whether you're a boy or a girl. Your parents are stupid, old-fashioned, and we'll tell you what to believe. Proverbs 22, 5 through 7, I think, is a good verse to think about while we're going through this. It says, thorns and snares are in the path of the wicked. Whoever guards his soul stays from them. What a good principle. Stay away from the wicked. And I would add, keep your kids away from the wicked. Even a bigger thing. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. That's your job as a parent. God has given that to you as your job. Don't farm it out to somebody that's going to teach your kid how to become a communist. Some educators, many educators, are very worried about their experience as educators. Inevitably, when people start out as educators, they think it's going to be a great thing. They think they're going to be able to have a wonderful influence on the youth and help to prepare them for the future. And of course, this is what should be happening. Here is a well-known professor talking about his experience in some of the major colleges of the world. He says, my students are know-nothings. Their brains are largely empty, devoid of any substantial knowledge that might be the fruits of an education in an inheritance and a gift of a previous generation. They are the culmination of Western civilization, a civilization that has forgotten nearly everything about itself, and as a result has achieved near-perfect indifference to its own culture. This is the big difference, I think, between baby boomers and my generation and younger people. You know, people of my generation, we actually learned something about the world we came from. And we knew something about the history of the country we're from and about the sacrifices that people made along the way to make the country what it is. And whether we liked all those people or not, we all recognized that was part of the story that brought us here. And we had respect for that. Now the attitude is burn it all down. It means nothing because the generation that is being pushed in this direction doesn't have those kinds of connections. They don't have a historical past. And what historical past they do have is so distorted that they are ashamed of it. And so just feel even more like burning it all down. This man is taught at Princeton, Georgetown, and Notre Dame. These are not thought of as like Berkeley or something, right? He goes on, we have fallen into the bad and unquestioned habit of thinking that our educational system is broken, but it is working on all cylinders. Do you get that? It's doing just what it's planned for it to be doing. So we're seeing our kids, so many of them, graduating from high school and they can't even effectively read, let alone tell you anything about history. What our educational system aims to produce is cultural amnesia. It's all about diversity, social justice today, even though they don't really know what that means either. It goes on, our students are the achievement of a systematic commitment to producing individuals without a past, for whom the future is a foreign country, cultureless ciphers who can live anywhere and perform any kind of work without inquiring about its purposes or ends. Perfect tools for an economic system that prizes flexibility. The current fad of diversity signals thoroughgoing commitment to decultured and relentless homogenization. Is this not exactly what you would want out of a mindless slave? The system is giving the elite exactly what they're paying for. Now, I've just chosen selected things because this is a very long and comprehensive article, and I wish I could have included all of it because there's great insight in this article by Patrick Deneen, and he's a professor of constitutional studies at Notre Dame. He's a man who knows something about history. He says, I love my students, but I weep for them for what is rightfully theirs, but hasn't been given. I discern their longing and anguish, and I know that their innate human desire to know who they are, where they've come from, where they ought to go, and how they ought to live. The world they have inherited, a world without inheritance, without past, future, or deepest cares, is about to come tumbling down. The future depends on them. Do you understand the crisis this is? It has been a long-standing principle in every culture of the world for thousands of years that the older generation passes on to the younger generation who they come from, what they're about, what their history is. Can you imagine this? To hold that back and even distort it, leaving generations of young people without a sense of who they really are. This may be the biggest crime of the world's elite. Erasing the mind, denying that sense of understanding of where one comes from and who one is. That was job number one. Job number two in this mind control plan is to teach your children, you're smart, your parents are stupid. And that's what it seems like to the kids. How much time are they learning from their parents compared to the time they spend learning in school? If the parents are farming out their kids to the school to teach them, what does that imply before you even get to anything else? Doesn't that imply that the parents feel that the school is smarter than they are? That the school's opinion, the teachers there, is more correct than their own opinion? So when you send the child to school, right there, what's happening is you are setting up the teachers in this school to be greater authorities in the lives of your children than you yourself are. Nevertheless, natural ties are very powerful. And to whatever extent you are able to spend time with your children, talk to them about real things, teach them about real things, they know the difference between being loved and not being loved, and that matters. So, this is a problem for the mind control system, and they realize they've got to neutralize the parents. Because if the parents are taken seriously, their experience and common sense could blow the whole mind control project. And for some, thankfully, it does. Mind control job number 3. Fill the void with globalist propaganda. See, once you have a clean slate, then the mind is looking for something to fill that space. Now, the mind control can fill that space. That's the idea. And they are filling it with globalist propaganda. Here's another teacher, by the way, who writes, I am a witness to brainwashing in public schools. The U.S. education system is brainwashing, indoctrinating students with utopian, false, and fairy tale notions about socialism and communism. While teaching U.S. history, world history, economics, and American government for 5 long years to high school students, I was absolutely shocked and dismayed. In both of my experiences, the state standards which dictate the curriculum were chock full of pro-socialist, anti-capitalist rhetoric. What is that about? That is about making Western civilization hate itself. What does that lead to? What does making people loathe themselves lead to? Well, it is mental illness, and at its worst, it leads to suicide. Is it any wonder we're watching Western civilization willingly walking off a cliff right now? Because they all hate themselves. They all hate where they're from, and they feel like they got to pay the price. Mind control job number 4. Reinforce the globalist propaganda everywhere. Why? Because everyone everywhere can't be wrong. Everything you know is wrong. It's all mind control. But it seems like it's right because it's all you ever see, it's all you ever hear. And everybody else believes it. And most all of this is targeting the young. So people grow up into this big deception. And in this kind of situation, the pressure to conform is immense. But it gets worse. It gets a lot worse than this. Mind control job number 5. Send them out as activists for the globalist cause. Look at these kids in school. These are a bunch of high school students. Who do you think is encouraging them to do this? You know, as I look at this, some of these faces, they don't look like this kind of motion would make you think they looked. You know, I think of that as the sort of a gesture a person would use when they're really feeling something inside. A lot of these young kids, their face is blank. They show no emotions here. They look like mind control slaves to me, doing what they're taught to do. Now, in talking about all of this about school, all of this about mind control, I don't want to be misunderstood, because I don't mean to be criticizing the young people. This is not a criticism of the young people, because they are victims of this system. It is a condemnation of globalists who are using these young people, who are doing this to them. And personally, I resent this deeply. I think we all ought to. Here we have another professor writing, who also says about brainwashing that professors are brainwashing students. An ex-communist Romanian-born academic recently left his tenured position at Columbia University because the Ivy League school is on its way toward full-blown communism. According to the National Association of Scholars, out of nearly 9,000 professors from 51 of the top-rated schools, the number of liberal, socialist to conservative communications faculty members is 108 to 0. 0. Many professors spend class time indoctrinating students with their personal political views, telling students what to think instead of how to think. He lamented over the liberal bullying going on in classrooms. Any conservative influence left by their parents at home is no longer an obstacle for these masters of indoctrination. There is such an atmosphere in these colleges that is oppressing these students and forcing them into this way of thinking. Allowing schools to tell students what to think rather than how to think can be construed as brainwashing, not teaching. An agenda where opposing views are shouted down leaves us with one generation after another tilted in the direction of socialism. You know, doing this study for this presentation, although I knew a lot of these things, really was explaining a lot for me, because I've watched videos. I'm very interested in what's happening with young people, and I've watched videos about people going in to speak on college campuses, and in some cases sharing a view that is not a popular view, but isn't an evil view. It's just a different point of view. And watching these young people scream at them, holler obscenities at them, and tell them to shut up, and making it absolutely impossible for any other point of view to ever be spoken. This is un-American. You know, I'm not like a big political person. I'm not a big flag-waving kind of person. But I do know what it is to be an American, because it's written in our Constitution. America is supposed to be about freedom. One of those freedoms is the freedom of speech. That's how you get things done, friends, is you talk it out. That's all gone now. It's all about drowning out the other person, not allowing them to be heard. That's what's happening. And who's behind it? The professors in college, the teachers along the way, the system, that is behind them, ruining these young people, so many of them. You know what is so amazing? What I find so amazing is that despite this incredible onslaught of mind control, there are as many young people as there are who break free from all of that. It's absolutely incredible, and much to the credit of those who are able to do that. But I still feel very sorry for the ones who are not. So I just want to stress again, none of this that I'm sharing is a condemnation of those young people who are victims of this system. It is a condemnation of the globalists who are behind all of this to turn them into slaves to work their system, an army they can use to bring in their global government. So we wonder, after these decades of brainwashing the young, just how successful has the Dark Lord been in raising up his mind-controlled army? Pretty successful. This, as I said, is not all young people, but it is more than enough for the elite's purposes. The mindless grunt army of the globalist elite is complete. They have managed to ruin enough beautiful young people that they can get them to go out there and echo their mind control to the world. And how have they done it? Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, everything else. Look at the crowd here. If you look closely at this crowd, what you'll notice is they're all young people, with very few exceptions. Why? Because it is the young people who are most affected by the internet. They grew up in it. They don't know anything else. Where do they turn to when they have a question? Google. And where has it brought us? Well, here's what I found looking at studies about this. The Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation 2019 annual report on U.S. attitudes towards socialism, communism, and collectivism. One of the things in this report, 70% of millennials say they are likely to vote socialist. 70%. You wonder why they think differently than you do? Only about half of millennials believe the Declaration of Independence better guarantees freedom and equality over the Communist Manifesto. That's just shocking, isn't it? I'm glad there's still about 50% that think the Declaration of Independence is better. But how deep does that go in the direction that all of this is working? How did so many millennials and post-millennials become so favorable to globalist propaganda? As we've seen, they've been mind-controlled slaves all their lives. All their lives. And we, their parents, we've been debt slaves all our lives, which is why we have allowed this to happen. We've needed a place for our kids to be so that we can go out and take our part in building wealth for the elite, just to get by. You know, this modern world that's supposed to be so great, it's a horror. It's a horror show. How does the mind control program spanning the decades translate into an army for the Dark Lord's globalist plan? Let's look at more of the numbers. Here are the generations as they've been defined. The oldest generation is what they call the silent generation, born between 1928 to 1945. This is according to the Pew Research Center. My generation, the baby boomer generation, are the generation that was born between 1946 through 1964. Generation X in this chart are the people born 1965 through 1980. And the millennial generation were born in 1981 through 1996. The post-millennials are not shown, but now they too are growing up and will have a growing effect on the world. As we look at the births underlying each generation, we see that the baby boomer, and the reason they have the name, big generation, and the other generations, Generation X, is less. Probably because during that time there's a lot of emphasis on women going to work in the workplace. And that reduced time in the family. That ended up reducing the number of children. The millennial generation rebounded in size. And then we have the post-millennials, which is roughly the same as the millennials in size. Now, here's the interesting thing that I want to bring to your attention. In America, and this really reflects other countries too, a demographic tipping point was reached in 2016. In that year, the number of millennials surpassed the previously dominant baby boomers, putting the millennials in the most dominant position within the culture. Have you noticed much of a change since about that time in the culture? The lead of the millennials over the baby boomers since then has been growing exponentially. You see how they don't really need to add many people because the older generations, the silent generation, the boomer generation, is declining pretty rapidly. The millennials and Generation X together already form the dominant bloc in society. And this is without even considering the post-millennials, the young people who are just now entering adulthood. So that means this block, the younger block who has been more affected by this mind control program that has been perfected more and more through these years, have come into this dominant position and are going to be dominating more and more in really every sense. It is this block of young generations that now determines the trajectory of the decade ahead and beyond. Now, again, I don't want to be taken as being negative towards all young people, all millennials. I don't really believe that because I have millennials in my life who are awesome people, and they don't reflect the things that we've learned that so many people, so many young people have absorbed through this mind control program. They have bucked the system in order to choose a different way And I have great respect for that. But my point in showing this is realizing that there is such a majority among the younger people who really have been greatly affected by this mind control means that the world is dramatically changing because of this tipping that is happening, this demographic change. And I want to share this with you because particularly for people who are from an earlier generation, much of this just seems like craziness. We can hardly understand at all why people would even do the things we're seeing them do. But it's not their fault. They are, in fact, responding to mind control. It doesn't make sense. That's why it seems crazy. But it does make sense to them because they've been imprinted with a different set of values, a different idea of what the world is about, and this is what is controlling their choices. Now, hopefully what will happen is that the same thing will happen for them that happened for us in our day, that some of the things that we believed, perhaps things that we had been indoctrinated in, were shown up to be wrong just through life. Because you see, you can't really argue with the truth eventually. The truth will always win out in the end. And some of these bright young people who may still be under this control will see that and they will adjust their thinking to reality. So I by no means am pessimistic that all of these people are lost. I don't want to be misunderstood that way. But the preponderance of where this is going, I think, is still pretty scary and explains a lot about what we're seeing in these days. For this to be complete, I just need to bring in one other very significant demographic tipping point. See, there's a lot that's changing all at one time. And that complicates the situation even more. What this chart shows, now we're focusing on young people. On the first day of 2020, whites under the age of 18 were already in the minority. This is a huge change, demographic change in America. And it's bound to have something to do with how things change in the future. So while there remain fine young people who've not fallen to the mind control, sadly, enough have fallen to the mind control to give the globalists the army they need. Like this. These ads have really been run. In some of these riots, one of the things that was in the news is that in each of these cities, there were piles of bricks delivered into place. That's not cheap. That costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of planning. Now that they have created their anarchist army, what do you think? Do you think they're going to stop? Who has the real power in America? What does it tell you that nothing has been done significantly to stop these riots or to change the trajectory that all this is headed in? Who has the power? I watched a presentation the other night by a very frustrated commentator, well known, who was really angry at the Republicans because they're all too afraid to stand up and do anything about the lawlessness, the violence, and even the murder that has been taking place during these riots? Who has the power? The elite army, clearly, is occupying the superior position at this point. This plan has been underway for a long time. I think many of us know this. David Rockefeller was one of the elite, very much at the center of this, and his famous statement was, all we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the New World Order. Well, I think they're trying all of them until they find which is the right one. What do you think about COVID-19? Do you think that could be the right one? Do you think burning down the country? Do you think that might be the right one? What about economic collapse? Could that be the right one? They'll keep trying them all until they get the right one. 2030 is the target date for the UN global government. What do we have ahead of us? A rising darkness, very similar to what we see in the Lord of the Rings stories. A rising darkness. A horrible decade is ahead of us, culminating in an even worse time. Boy, I'm so cheery, aren't I? The Dark Lord and his elite seek total control over everyone and everything. They're like sharks smelling blood. They know how close they are. They have the technology. They've managed to change the culture so significantly. They have their army under control. They're getting all their dominoes in a row. They're very close. According to Bible prophecy, the darkness overspreading the earth will take us to the Great Tribulation, and don't think it's that long away. Certainly 2030 is their definite date to begin their global government. It's written into the agreement that all the nations of the earth signed in 2015 that we refer to as Agenda 2030. My seminar on the book of Daniel goes into these things in detail. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it. What will you do in the face of the growing darkness? Will you just ignore it and think your life is going to go on as normal? Or will you realize there is a battle between white and black? I don't mean that in the racial sense. Light and darkness. I mean that in the spiritual sense. What side are you on? What side will you be on? What will you do about it? Consider this. I am not a wizard. That's what I don't like about the books, by the way. They have a lot of magic in them. I don't like it. Gandalf is a good wizard. I don't believe there are good wizards. But nevertheless, he occupies a certain place in the book of a person that sees what's coming before it gets there. Who knows what to do? And in that respect, Messiah has given me sight to see what others don't see. I've seen these things ahead of time. I saw what's happening now decades ago, back in January, at the beginning of the year, when articles were coming out saying what a fantastic decade we were entering into. In my newsletter, I had a picture of a roller coaster going into fire, telling you just how rough this was going to be, that we were going to be facing a series of shocks. Then what happened? Exactly that. I see things before many others see them. I saw this time decades ago, wrote about it, and now it's here. Why am I talking about this? Because we are in a crisis. The world is in a crisis. People are confused. People are perplexed. They don't know where to turn. I've been working on this all my life. I've been preparing for this all my life. I need to tell you that. I need you to know that. I'm not telling you that I can stop the darkness. I'm not talking about taking up the force of arms against anybody or hurting anyone. Nevertheless, I am an old soldier in this war, in the spiritual battle. And I know things that can help you. I've produced a vast body of information specifically designed to help you get through this time. I've been building up all of that for years and still am, to help you get through this time, whatever your age might be, whether you're a young person or an older person. I do want to say that in view of what I've just been going through and the burden involved in actually considering what is happening with our younger generation, I feel right now such a sense of concern for the younger people, and I want you to come. I want you to come. I want you to look at something different than what you've been shown. I want to give you a chance. That's why I'm talking about myself right now. I am freely sharing what I know with others and with you. And even while I do this, I'm frustrated because it's not easy for you to get what I have to share. You're not going to get this in a 5-minute video on YouTube. You'll have to work at this. If you really want this, you'll have to dig into this. This is going to take hours of your time. This is far more important to you than a college education that you spend $100,000 for. This is your life. Everything you've known that they've tried to teach you, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. But there is a place to turn where it's right. And when you have that, it changes everything. You don't know what I know. So when you start looking into it, you're going to think it's not even relevant to the problem. But those few who forge forward, for them, it's going to start coming together. And they're going to start to see the relevance, and their own lives will start to change. You will need this in its time. You know, some things are not useful to you at all, except when the right time comes. You know, if you get lost in the woods, you don't usually need to have some matches with you. You don't usually need to carry a compass with you. But those things would really come in handy if you got lost in the woods. That's the kind of things I'm talking about. Things that may not be relevant to you in your everyday life in the past, but with what is coming upon the world, very relevant. Things you need. You need to get those things now. You need to have them when you need them. That's what I'm telling you. You know why I'm doing this? Do you know what? I'm an old man, okay? I'm 70 years old. Why aren't I out on the golf course playing golf? Why aren't I sitting on my rocking chair? Do you know? It's because I care. And it's because you need me. Because I've spent my whole life to bring me to this point. So I have a place in this battle that can make a difference for others. And I have a motive. I'm committed to the one true king, the real king, who will come to win this war. So I'm under no delusions that I can win it, that I'm that person that's going to save the world. No, I'm not that person. I am the person that can help other people make it that far to be here when that happens. I can't guarantee that, but you'll have a lot better chance if you come with me. Kind of like the Terminator movie. If you want to live, come with me. Do you have any idea how many people are going to die? It's a whole other issue. When I speak about my king, I'm not speaking about King Aragorn, the fictional king of Lord of the Rings. There's a lot about him that does illustrate certain aspects of Messiah. But no other king in a book or in real life could even come close to who the real Messiah, the Lord Yeshua the Messiah, actually is. He is the only answer for this world. If he does not return and take up his rightful rule over this earth, you're doomed. It's that simple. All of my hope and trust is in him. That's where I'm coming from. Here's the final reason you should listen to me and take this seriously. Because he it was that sent me to you. This is why I've had this passion in my life, all of my life. This is why this is what I do all day, every day. Because he sent me. Daniel 12, 9 and 10 are of interest. For the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. Many will purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined. But the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. But those who are wise shall understand. Are you one of the wise or one of the wicked? It all comes down to this. I have hundreds of hours of vital information to share with you now. Hundreds of hours. You better get started. TSIYON.net. Sign up free of charge and get started while you can. That's The Lord of the Rings, Insights into the Growing Darkness of this Last Age.
Do you wish to get to know us better? Before we were able to produce all the video content we have out now, we had to build our headquarters, the Zion Tabernacle. In this 7 DVD set, you can find out who some of those people are that helped in that important work. Each person has their own unique and touching testimony to share in these individual interviews.
And it makes you happy that you can be doing those things. You know that it means something. It's not just like the everyday work. You know, you work, you make a wage, you go spend that money, and it's gone. This here work will last forever.
Believers from all over, even from as far away as China, piece together a bigger picture of the Zion story leading up to the dedication of the Zion Tabernacle building. Get to know these people, revealing Messiah through their experiences of faith.
And this obviously is very important to you. What has made this so important to you that you put so much of yourself into it?
Because it's for Him. It's for Yahweh, Yeshua, and that's my priority now.
Yes.
And I want to serve Him.
Now, how does that make you feel when you feel that way?
It makes me feel peaceful and fulfilled.
Yes.
Like there's nothing greater than doing what He wants, what you're made to be.
That's so wonderful, Emily. What did this project mean to you? And why you were involved in it? What do you think about those?
Well, probably I would have to say about the building project. Every day that we came over to work, it was work, you know, but it still wasn't like that. It was a different type of work. When you're doing work for Yahweh, it makes everything easier.
So what's happening here, Sheila?
Well, finally the building came, and we were all really excited about that. Sometimes we were a little afraid to watch it, but
Yes.
until it got actually settled. But it was a very exciting day.
It was all pretty iffy for a while, but it did show up. Well, now we get to the project, and we've been working a lot on the building here. You've been a big help. Here you are with me and your mom. In the background you see a little bit of our building back there. Now, we want to talk a little bit about what you did to help us as we've been building the building. And you actually did some work in the building. What did you do?
Well, I did do some wallpapering inside the building, with over some of the windows, and I started doing one of the poles. I also did some of the work in the back, in your office now area, in the other office area that we have set up, with some sanding and helping in some screws. I think I also helped in the back deck, screw some boards down. Otherwise, I don't know, I helped also in the control room a little bit, with at first with you a little bit, getting some of the like racks built. You know, like you
Yeah,
bought that
that's
one
right.
a rack to set all the equipment on, and you said here everyone's busy, build this up, and I looked at the instructions 5 minutes and saw what it looked like, and I said, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, you got that done in a hurry.
Also included on this DVD are these same believers gathered together, young and old, sharing stories from their faith walk with Yeshua Messiah, as well as a Passover presentation by Eliyahu ben David. Finally, Eliyahu also presents another teaching on the 7 DVD set regarding the Shemitah year and Tetrad moons and how this all relates to Bible prophecy.
Well, we're reminded of this time period. Jerusalem is the cosmic clock. It is the time clock that Yeshua Messiah has given us to measure the time period in which he would return.
Do not miss out on all this great content.
You know, a lifespan is pretty short. And recently I was talking with Dawn about this. And I was talking about how things were in the world when I was a kid. We were really amazed when the first satellite went up into space. It was called Sputnik. And everybody was worried because the Russians had gotten ahead of America. And today, how many satellites are sent up every day? Do you know? It's not even news, is it? There's so many blanketing the sky. The world has changed so much. And one thing that I see in the world is people have a very, very poor understanding of history. And because they don't really understand much about history, and I'm talking even people who should be educated people, right? But this isn't what they're teaching people today. And so they have a very poor understanding of history. I've been a student of history all my life from the standpoint of the scriptures. And what I've learned from history is that things go in cycles. And these cycles continue through history. And we are living in a certain cycle today that is really a cycle of catastrophe. This is detailed for us in what is called the Olivet Sermon. This sermon was given by Yeshua Messiah just shortly before his death to tell his disciples then and now about the things that would be coming. This message is very important to us because, as you will see as we go through this unquestionably applies to our time. So this is from Mark chapter 13, but you will find Matthew's version of this in Matthew 24, which is somewhat more extensive, and Luke's version of this in Luke chapter 21. And having all three of these Gospels is very important because from comparing them, we learn certain things we wouldn't know if we didn't have all of them. And you'll get an example of that tonight. So think about cycles in history, ages in history, and think about how those ages come to an end. That's really what we're talking about tonight. That's what Messiah was talking about. Now, as we go through this, I'm not going to go into each part of the sign that Messiah laid out. What we want to talk about tonight is more having to do with the big picture. I want you to understand something about the ages that Yeshua is dealing with here. I want you to get a picture over literally thousands of years. If you can see time that way, you'll have some inkling of how Messiah actually sees time. He is not locked into our short little lifespan. So he is able to tell us about the big picture. And that's what we really need to look at here. Here's how all this came up. It says here in Mark 13, 1 and 2, as he went out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Rabbi, see what kind of stones and what kind of buildings." Now, we've been talking about what was happening this last time that Yeshua went to the temple. Remember, he went there to judge it and to judge the power structure that was represented there. And he did judge them as worthy of destruction. And he told them that. So all of that had just happened now. And he's coming out of the temple. And you know what's happening? His disciples are looking at the buildings and are very impressed with the buildings. Now, somehow it seems to me they didn't fully get what Messiah had been saying because they're impressed with the buildings. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The buildings were impressive, okay? But Yeshua was not impressed with the buildings. He said to them, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone on another which will not be thrown down." With those words, he foretold the end of what is referred to as the Second Temple Jewish era or age. When they heard this, they immediately had a question. And I'm sure you would when you heard something so shocking. They said, "Tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign that these things are all about to be fulfilled?" Now compare that to what it has in Matthew. "Tell us, when will these things be? And what should be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world. So Matthew has things in it that Mark didn't include. Matthew is bigger, quite a bit bigger, includes more information. The word world here is aeon, and it properly means age. Age, not like your birthday age, but an era of time. So it's not the physical world itself, but it's an era of time. As we compare these two verses, when they ask him, when will these things be? They're talking about the end of the Second Temple era, when the stones of the temple would be totally torn down, like he just said. But then it goes on where it says all these things. We see from Matthew, that's talking about the sign of his coming, his return, and the end of that age at the end of the world. So what we have in his answer to their question is one sign that is talking about the end of two different ages. Can you see that? Because they specifically asked him about two different ages. So that's what he's answering. Now, a lot of people don't pick up on this, so they get very confused as they read through these verses. And they say, well, is this talking about back then? Or is this talking about the very last days before he comes? And the answer is yes. It's talking about both. That's more simple, isn't it, when you understand that? Now, here's some confirmation from the Apostle Paul. And here he's talking about what happened with the failings of ancient Israel. And he says, now all these things happened to them by way of example, and they were written for our admonition, on whom the ends of the ages have come. You see, Paul understood the big picture. And he knew he wasn't just speaking for people living during that age. He was actually looking forward to this age at the end of the world when Yeshua would return. So he doesn't say the end of the age. He literally says the ends of the ages. Paul believed exactly what I just explained to you. Why not? He had that information from the Olivet Sermon. He understood that it was talking about two different ages. So that's what he's talking about. So, a lot of times people say, well, the believers in the first century, they thought that that was going to be the end and that Yeshua was going to return then. They say that because they'll find things in the scriptures where the believers back then used terms like the last days. We're living near the end. So they think that that means that those believers thought that they were living in the very last days. But see, they knew they were living at the end or near the end of that Jewish age they were in. That was the last days for that generation. So, again, people don't rightly understand much in the scriptures because they don't have the bigger view of history. They don't understand Yahweh's time, and they make big mistakes. Obviously, Paul wasn't seeing things that way. He saw the ends of the ages. He saw that those ages had much in common. They both were completing cycles and would have similar signs and would benefit similarly from the examples in Scripture. Well, now let's look at Mark 13:14. In Mark 13:14, Mark says this: when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Matthew says the same thing. It mentions the abomination of desolation. But in Luke, when it's talking about the same thing, it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. So because we have Luke, we know that in this case, the abomination of desolation that Messiah is talking about is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, why is it that Matthew and Mark are using a sort of code? You have to know what the abomination of desolation is, don't you, in order to understand what's being said. Whereas later, Luke is just telling us right out what it is. Well, it's because Luke wrote later after these other two, and it wasn't an issue anymore. There was no reason not to come right out and say it. But when Matthew and Mark were written, there was potential danger talking about this. And so biblical prophecy code was actually used to talk to one another. We ought to think about that, because having our own language based on the scriptures, having our own time based on the scriptures, is a protection for us against the enemies as we move closer into the last days. And realize everything in these verses tell us the whole world is going to hate you. Get used to that idea. It's going to get a lot worse than it is right now, and you're going to have to worry about what you say in front of people. And you know, it might be a good time to start practicing some of that. Now, let's talk about the timing in that generation when Messiah was talking to them, okay? In Mark 13:30, Messiah says, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Now, as this applies to that era they were in, when he says this generation, what generation is he talking about? Well, isn't he talking about his own generation? And people who are contemporaneous with him? Let's take a look at Messiah's generation. Messiah was born in the fall of 2 BC. Now, we have a radio program along with diagrams and charts and so on that totally prove this beyond a doubt. If you want that information, just let us know and we'll give that to you. So the next year in 1 BC, Messiah turns 1 year old. There is no 0 year. So after 1 BC, you are immediately in 1 AD. And Messiah is still 1 year old. And he doesn't turn 2 until the fall of 1 AD. So that means for most of the year, 1 AD, he's still 1. You follow me? So when it turns 2 AD, how old is he? He's 2, right? When he's 3, he turns 3 in the fall of 2 AD. But for most of that year, after he turns 3, it is then going to be 3 AD. as of January, right? The Roman time we're talking about. So down through history, whatever year of our Lord this is, tracks at the beginning of that year with Messiah's birth age. So it's very simple to track the years since Messiah was born. Right now, when I'm talking to you, it's 2018. It's not the fall yet. So how old would Messiah be as a man if he was still here? 2018 years old, right? Doesn't that make it easy to figure the time? That means that at age 70, it would be 70 AD. Now, here's another chart that I made up that has some of the important events that happened during that 70-year period, starting with Messiah's birth and ending with the destruction of the city of Jerusalem with its temple. Here, we're going to explain the larger eras that we're dealing with. Now, I'm going to start with the previous Jewish era so that you can kind of see how this works. In the previous Jewish era, that era resulted in the building of the first temple by Solomon. But during that Jewish era, it had already begun before the temple was built, okay? Now, what happened was the people turned badly away and against Yahweh. And he continually tried to make them come back, but you know what? They kept wanting to be like the world. They kept wanting to go after other gods and do all the things against the commandments. And they became such a stench that Yahweh's own temple and city became offensive to him because it was tearing down his name. And he told them that would have to be destroyed in order to protect his own great name. So, in 587 BC, he sent the Babylonians to destroy Jerusalem. This is secular history as well as biblical history. And some Jews had already been deported by the Babylonians, but now this whole process was finished, and all but a few stragglers, considered totally unimportant, were deported off of the land and exiled in Babylon. That was an end of that Jewish era. Is that easy to tell? The end of Jerusalem, the end of the temple, the people no longer on the land. That was the end of that Jewish era. Interestingly, the scriptures prophesy that the Israelites, the Jews, would be exiled from the land for one generation, for 70 years. Here's how it worked out. In 539, Babylon fell to the Persians. The Persians were nice to the Jews. Good folks, really. And they said, well, you can send people back to your city. You can rebuild your temple. But you know what? Most of the people didn't want to go. They had gotten used to Babylon, and they liked it. A lot like the believers in the world today, isn't it? How many of them are going to go home with us in the second Exodus? A few, comparatively. A remnant who care more about spiritual things than being like the world. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Do you see what I'm saying about cycles? So anyway, a very small remnant returned. And they encountered lots of difficulties because there were other people there now. You don't just leave for 70 years and not have anybody else move in, right? So they had lots of difficulties trying to regain their place. And eventually they were able to rebuild their temple, which at that time really marked a new beginning of the Jews in Jerusalem. That's what they had been working for. Finally, they accomplished that in 516 BC, after one generation of 70 years. Well, in 516 BC then, it was the beginning of a new Jewish era. And the temple in Jerusalem, and the Jews now having control of that, is what marked the beginning of that era. Are you following me? Jerusalem. That's what we're talking about. That made Jerusalem Jewish once again. Jerusalem is Yahweh's time clock. 516 BC. They get to 2 BC. That's a long time later, isn't it? Hundreds of years. There's prophecies telling about the time. We're not getting into all those tonight. But the people were dull. Most of them didn't get what's happening. It took people from the east who weren't even from Jerusalem to know and understand what was going on when Messiah was born in 2 BC. Magi from a distant land in the east saw the signs in the sky and came to Jerusalem seeking the Messiah. They should have known. That era continued. But they were at the end of the age. They had arrived at the end of the age. They didn't act like it. Luke 19, 41 through 44, we have these verses. Speaking of Messiah, it says, "He wept over Jerusalem, saying, if you, even you, had known today the things which belong to your peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. For the days will come on you, when your enemies will throw up a barricade against you, surround you, hem you in on every side, and will dash you and your children within you to the ground. They will not leave in you one stone on another, because you didn't know the time of your visitation." Think about that. They were being visited from heaven by the Son of God, and they did not know the time of their visitation. And because of that, look what would happen to them. Destruction was going to fall upon them. It is a sin not to know the prophetic time when you should know it. And there are consequences to not knowing. And we're going to see that as we progress here in the book of Mark. The time of Messiah's visitation, his generation did not pass away until his words had been fulfilled. He said this, "Most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen." Look at this. July 29 and 30, 70 AD. Tish B'Av, the 9th day of the 5th month. The temple was destroyed, followed by the destruction of Jerusalem. This is exactly the same day on the Hebrew calendar that the earlier temple had been destroyed by Babylon. Is that a coincidence? I think not. This occurred within the 70th year of Messiah's generation. Just 2.5 months later, the date flipped, and Messiah would have turned 71. Was his word fulfilled? I think that's quite precise, isn't it? That's the end of that Jewish age. You see, the thing is, when you know history, and you know the scriptures, you can't be fooled. Nobody could set that up, right? Is some guy that hates the Bible going to go to the Romans and say, listen, you've got to go in there and attack them exactly in 70, exactly on this day? Doesn't happen like that, does it? It's history here showing you how Yahweh is in control of history itself. His prophecy is not wrong. Mark 13:14, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing where it ought not, then he says, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. You see, when destruction fell on Jerusalem, everybody who was caught in there was in trouble. Over 1 million people. According to one estimate, 3 million people were killed by the Romans. And many more were taken into captivity. And quite a lot of people died of famine during the siege. And some pretty awful things happened in there. It's a horrible story. It's absolutely a horrible story. And it's all laid out in horrible detail by Flavius Josephus in his War of the Jews. So, Yeshua was giving them a warning, telling them what to look for before that fell on that land. So he tells them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And we already saw in Luke that It says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. So that's really what it was. What the abomination of desolation was, is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, it's amazing how this happened. Cestius Gallus came with the Roman troops and surrounded Jerusalem. This was in 66. And it looked for all the world like the whole thing was going to go down right then, because the whole city was surrounded and it looked like it was on right then. But then, you know what happened? Josephus says, for no good reason in the world, Cestius Gallus and his troops just left. They just picked up and left. And the believers said to themselves, well, that's amazing. And you know what they did? They said, wow, that's the sign. Let's pick up our stuff and get out of here. Isn't that amazing? That's history. That's history telling you that God is in control of history. That's history telling you that you must believe Bible prophecy to save your own life. Are you following what I'm saying? Realize that in this case, the believers had to understand what the abomination of desolation is in this context in the book of Daniel. That's why it says, let the reader understand. The believers had to understand Bible prophecy and act on it to be saved. What about these people that say, well, I don't follow Bible prophecy because nobody can understand that stuff? What would happen if these brothers and sisters had done that? What if they said, oh, Daniel's too deep for me. I can't really spend any time in Daniel. What would have happened to them? Yeshua gave them a clear sign. When they saw it, they needed to act on it if they were going to survive. Now, I don't know that this happened, but I bet you there are some believers there that said, oh, well, my Aunt Betsy is here, and she's not going to leave, so I'm not going to leave either. Oh, well, I don't know, this trip looks too rigorous for my cat to come with me, so I think I'm going to stay where I am. If they did that, they died or became slaves. Serious. Some of them might say, oh, well, Yahweh will protect me if I stay here. Don't be that dumb. If you do not obey his word, expect to get the same thing the world gets. Here's proof from history as to what happened. This is from a church historian from the 4th century. So he's writing it from a Gentile Christian perspective. He says, the people, Nazarenes, of the church in Jerusalem were commanded by an oracle given by revelation before the war to those in the city who were worthy of it, to depart and dwell in one of the cities of Perea, which they called Pella. To it, those who believed in Christ traveled from Jerusalem, so that when holy men had altogether deserted the royal capital of the Jews and the whole land of Judea, the judgment of God at length overtook those who had committed such outrages against Christ and his apostles and totally destroyed that generation of impious men. Don't you think this is remarkable? Don't you think this is like one of the most important things that ever happened in history? Messiah came. He told them, that generation would see this end of Jerusalem. He gave the sign to his followers, and here we have a historical account that they listened to what he said, they acted on it when they saw the sign, and they were saved, and the rest of Judea suffered this heavy end. Neon lights, right? Now, this is interesting. After that had happened, okay, in the next century, so we're talking maybe 60 or 70 years later, the Gentile church broke off from those Nazarene believers and labeled them as heretics. There were a lot more Gentiles then. So, people regard the original group as being the heretics and the Christians that broke away as being the continuation. It was actually the very opposite, right? Isn't that interesting? Another church historian wrote this about it. This heresy of the Nazarenes exists in the Decapolis in the region of Pella. From there it took its beginning after the exodus from Jerusalem, when all the disciples went to live in Pella because Christ had told them to leave Jerusalem and to go away since it would undergo a siege. Because of this advice, they lived in Perea after having moved to that place, as I said. So, he's calling the believers who obeyed Yeshua Messiah heretics. So who are the real heretics? The Nazarenes were the original Messiah followers who were saved by obeying him. The Gentile church broke away from the original group. And what did they give us? The Roman church and the Dark Ages and all the lies of Christendom. It's not hard to figure out who the real believers are and why we need to get out of the pagan church system. Well, that gives you the picture, I think, pretty well of that Jewish age. Now you understand there had been an earlier Jewish age, and that one didn't end well either. There was a generation there for them to get their act together. Then there was another Jewish age. We just talked about the end of that when Messiah came, right? One generation of 70 years. Giving them a time to repent, giving those who would listen a chance to be separated out from those who were going to receive the judgment. That's exactly what happened during that time period. And then in the end, kabam. Luke 21 puts it like this. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, where they fled to Pella. This is in the mountains of Syria. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Let those who are in the country not enter therein. For these are days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who nurse infants in those days. For there will be great distress in the land and wrath to this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. This is so simple that it amazes me that people don't understand this. It is so simple. What Yeshua is telling us is that era, that age of the Jews in Jerusalem was going to meet a violent and bloody end. Isn't that easy to see? And then they were going to be led captive into all the nations. Did that prediction come true? And then it says, Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles. Did that happen? Was there now a new age, an era, where Jerusalem was trampled down by the Gentiles? Did that happen? And was that age ever at a point where it was fulfilled? In other words, that Gentile age was at an end, which implies then a new Jewish age, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Here's a little chart I put together for you. 70 AD. Jerusalem was destroyed. All that we talked about happened. It was the Romans that did it. And now Jerusalem was in their hands. And it is true that later, in the 2nd century, there were some Jews that tried to mount opposition to try and get Jerusalem back again. But that failed. Later, the Byzantines, Christians, had a period of time where they ruled over Jerusalem. Later, there were Muslim conquests, and this kind of different Muslims did this. And then, of course, there were their Christian crusaders that took back Jerusalem, or I shouldn't say take it back because they never had it, who took Jerusalem. The Mamelukes and Ottomans, Muslims, took Jerusalem. And in 1917, the British took it at the end or near the end of World War I. And finally, in 1948 to 1967, it was under the control of the country of Jordan. You see why it uses the language, the times of the Gentiles? Because there were different times here, a lot of different Gentiles. The scriptures are very specific in the word choice. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Well, what would you expect to happen when the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled? Knowing the history, wouldn't that mean you have a Jewish Jerusalem again? Times of the Gentiles are over. You have a Jewish Jerusalem again. What we're talking about is the liberation of Jerusalem. June 7th, 1967. Can anybody argue with that? The 6-Day War. I was a young man when this happened. It was one of the most amazing things anybody had ever seen. It was all over the news. And it truly was incredible. The Jews were once again in control of Jerusalem, and they still are. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So what does this mark? Does it not mark a new Jewish era in Jerusalem? Mark 13 goes on from this point. As a matter of fact, each of these goes on here, but we're looking at Mark's version right now. It says, in those days after the oppression, that is, after the tribulation, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will be falling from the sky, and the powers that are in the heavens will be shaken. Well, all of these things are signs that are also mentioned by the Old Testament prophets, things that happen right before Yeshua's return. Goes on, then they will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. Then he will send out his angels and will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the sky. So how does this third age of a Jewish Jerusalem end? It ends with a return of Yeshua Messiah. That's how it ends. It goes on and it tells us some more here to help us understand about the time. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of an early fig. This is when, in the spring, the leaves are sprouting, blossoms come out, but there are some early figs that are edible. Now, from the fig tree, learn this parable. When the branch has now become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that the summer is near. Even so, you also, when you see these things coming to pass, know that it is near at the doors. Let's go through this. Now, Gill's commentary has a nice explanation of what this is saying. It says, when its branch is yet tender, and Gill writes, through the influence of the sun and the motion of the sap, which was bound up and congealed in the winter season. And my comment here, bound up in the winter. The winter is this long period of the Gentile times, right? But sap is now flowing. Israel is once again in the land. And puts forth leaves, and Gill writes, from the tender branches, which swell and open and put forth buds, leaves, and fruit. And I put new growth. New growth. Could this be the returning remnant of Israel? And it goes on, you know the summer is nigh, spring being already come. In other words, the fig tree putting forth her green figs is a sign that the winter is past, spring has already come, and summer is at hand. So I think this is where people make a mistake about the fig tree. A lot of times they say, well, the fig tree is Israel, and the beginning of the generation has to be then when Israel became a nation. But when you look at the words more closely, what this is telling you is that the sign occurs when it's already springtime. In other words, there's already evidence of Israel in the land. So it's later than the very beginning. And a couple Sabbaths ago, I brought up this slide, which was from our presentation in Matthew about figs. And it's not exactly correct to say, well, figs picture Israel. They don't just picture Israel. They picture rotten Israel and righteous Israel, right? And according to Jeremiah, the good figs are the figs that are the first ripe figs. The spring figs, the ones, by coincidence, that Messiah is talking about in his parable. The first ripe figs we have seen picture the righteous remnant of Israel. So, this portion of Scripture is not exactly talking about what people think it's talking about. It's really talking about the remnant springing up. And this is a late sign. It happens relatively late in the process. It's happening now, and we're pretty late in the process. It's spring. And when this fully happens, when it's finished, summer is near. It's at the doors, it says. In other words, we're there. When the remnant of Israel are raised up and they return to the land, it is a very short period for all of the end time events to tick off very rapidly and for the Messiah to return. Mark 13, 32 and 33. But of that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Watch, keep alert, and pray, for you don't know when the time is. Well, we've talked about this before. This phrase, that day or that hour, no one knows, actually refers to one of the feasts, Yom Teruah. We can never know exactly what day it's going to be because it falls at the end of the dark of the moon. And that period can be 2 days or it can be 3 days. So the only way you can know when it comes is by watching. This is all about watching here. This is Yeshua Messiah telling us he's going to come at a feast of trumpets, but it's also him telling us we need to watch. Now he says, you don't know when the time is. Does that mean you can never know when the time is? Interesting question, isn't it? Mark 13, 35 through 37. Watch, therefore. You don't know when the Lord of the house is coming, whether at evening or at midnight, or when the rooster crows or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he might find you sleeping. What I tell you, I tell all, watch. He said, no one knows the day or the hour. And here, as an example, he gives us hours of a single day. He doesn't use a metaphor of months or years. He's using a metaphor of hours in a single day. What do you think we're going to be doing when we get to that Yom Teruah? I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be sleeping. I'm going to be watching. Here's from 1 Thessalonians 5, 2 through 4. For you yourselves know well that the day of the Lord comes like a thief in the night. We heard that from Peter, didn't we? A verse from Peter that was read tonight. For when they are saying peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come on them like birth pangs on a pregnant woman, and they will in no way escape. But you, brothers, aren't in darkness, that the day should overtake you like a thief. Well, this stacks up pretty well with what we saw with Messiah's generation, doesn't it? They had all these signs. They had a particular sign to look for, a prophetic sign. So they didn't know when it was going to happen, But then once they saw the prophetic sign, did they then know it was about to happen? They did, didn't they? You see, for a period of time, people might not know. But then when the prophetic signs happen, then we're going to start to know, aren't we? Look at this. Have you thought about this? The months of anti-Messiah's reign define the time with certainty. When we get there into the tribulation, we know that the anti-Messiah is going to rule for 42 months. This is expressed in prophecy in a number of different places. 3.5 years, 3.5 times, 42 months. It's given to us in different ways so we can know exactly the time. So, when anti-Messiah's reign starts, will we not then know the time when Messiah is going to come? Isn't that a lot like what happened in the first century when they saw the armies? So you see, when he says no one knows, it doesn't mean forever nobody will know. Certainly when it happens, they'll know. Back up 3.5 years, when the Antichrist is in power, they'll know. What about backing up some more? Are there other prophecies that will tell us the time? Not the day or the hour, but the time, so we can be ready. Well, we're not in darkness like the world. It should not catch us like a thief. As we've already seen, not knowing the time is a sin that can get you killed. We will need to know the time. The final generation. That's the generation we're in that started in 1967. Yeshua said, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. End of the Gentile times. End of the age. One generation. 2 times before us, when the end of the age was ticking off, we had a generation of 70 years. You do the math. Here's a chart that I adapted a little bit that was from a video that was mentioned tonight. This is a video that was from a presentation in 2015. We have this on DVD and other places, should you want to have it. And I'm not going to explain it all, but what it's showing here is the biblical Shemitah cycles since 1967. And what you have is 10 Shemitah cycles. That's what's showing here, because 10 Shemitah cycles is 70 years. Very interestingly, on each Shemitah year, which is the 7th year, which is a biblically significant time in Yahweh's cycle, he counts time in 7-year cycles. And the 7th year is a Sabbath year, just like the 7th day is a Sabbath day. And these days and years are very significant. And if you look at these Shemitah years through this time period, since 1967, what you find is major events happened relative to Israel. And you also find major events happened relative to the whole world in some cases. The last Shemitah year was 2015. And it was a doozy. It was an amazing year, spiritually speaking. And remember that star I talked about that shone and was the sign that Messiah had come? Well, we had a repeat of that same star in 2015. Just an accident? Just chance? Well, actually not. If you look at my Daniel seminar, which you can view free at the Zion.net website, you'll find out about that Messiah star. And you'll find out what it means. A lot happened in 2015. Well, now we're almost halfway in the next Shemitah cycle. Next Shemitah year is 2022. There's only 2 more after that. And the last one, interestingly, falls upon the very 70th year since 1967. We have 2.5 Shemitah cycles left in that time period that I have charted out. This generation will not pass away. The home stretch is ahead of us. You think you should change your life at all? Do you think you should talk to Yahweh about it at all? About what this means for you? If you want to know, he will make that known to you. Mark 13:13, our closing verse. He who endures to the end, the same will be saved. And that's the ends of the ages.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsion.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at Zion.net, that is tsion.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry.
You know, the book of Daniel literally was written for us. It's written for the people who would be alive, specifically of the remnant that would be alive in the final generation, when that great beast would emerge and take over control of the whole world. Daniel and his 3 companions were like us, like the remnant scattered through all of the Gentile nations. They didn't belong there. They were different. And somehow, when this great beast would emerge and take over the world, as Babylon did in the time of Daniel, they would need to continue to be faithful to Jehovah, the one and only true God, while there was tremendous pressure that would be put on them to conform to the ways of the beast system. Now, we tend to think this is a new thing. For instance, when we read in the book of Revelation about the beast that is to emerge in these final days that will rule over the whole world, we tend to think that's a last days thing. And yes, in its final form, it is. And this is the very worst expression of it that is soon to come upon the world. However, this has been going on for a long time. And Daniel and his 3 friends in Babylon set an example for us and are an encouragement for us that even as we know we will see this beast emerge and take over the world, it doesn't matter where you live. Do you understand that? The beast is going to take over the whole world. Many of you think you can go and hide out in the country somewhere, that you can choose some rural location and somehow get off the grid and the beast will not know about you. Have you heard of satellites? High technology? The answer for us is not in becoming survivalists. It's not in what we know. Yes, some of those things might help us. I'm not saying that that's all bunk. But the real answer is not in what we know. The real answer is in who we know. Let's see that as we look at Daniel chapter 3. Now, this is a favorite chapter. People love this story. This is real big with Sunday schools. Daniel chapter 3. Sometimes I wonder if they really know what this story is about. That this story is about something that soon all of us will be facing. Let's read the first verse. Nebuchadnezzar, the king, made an image of gold, the height of which was 60 cubits, and its width 6 cubits. He set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Now let's think about this statue. The Hebrew cubit is about 18 inches. So according to the Hebrew cubit, this image of gold at 60 cubits high would have been 90 feet in height. 90 feet. However, The Babylonian cubit was 3 fingers higher. That's about 3 inches more. That is enough to push the height of this statue of gold over 100 feet in height. This statue was placed in the plain of Dura. In other words, this is a plain. This is a extensive, flat valley. Why was it put there instead of in a temple? Let's read the next verse. Nebuchadnezzar the king sent word to assemble the satraps, the prefects, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the rulers of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the satraps, the prefects, and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the rulers of the provinces were assembled for the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So I'm wanting to ask you to picture this in your mind. This giant golden statue over 100 feet in height, sparkling in the sun on the plains of Dura. All of the rulers of the Babylonian Empire assembled there before that giant statue. One of them was missing, and his name was Daniel. He's not in the story. This leads me to believe, since he was a high-ranking official of the empire, we found that out in chapter 2, that he was no doubt traveling on the business of the empire, so that he was not included. But as we will find out, his 3 companions were included. Well, let's just talk about this scene a little more before we go into what actually happened here. Why would all of these leaders and rulers of Babylon be assembled before this image in the plain of Dura on the dedication day of the image? Well, they were all the dignitaries, weren't they? They were all the leaders of the nation. This was just the day this all started. It had to start with the leaders. What would happen after this day when all the leaders returned to wherever they were from? Then it would go down to all of the people, wouldn't it? You know, for thousands of years, government and religion have been intimately connected. People who live in the United States, where supposedly there is a separation of church and state, don't fully understand about this phenomenon of how religion and the state have worked together down through time. And you will see with every major empire that they have always had a state religion. And the state religion is the source of the unity within the empire. That's what this is about. Now, there's a little more that we can learn about this. I want to share a quote from Gill's commentary, who in turn is quoting from the Talmud. This is some historical material from the Talmud. And it's probably based on real historical information, and not all of this information is available to us today. But here's what it says. Although the design of that generation was not accomplished, that is, the generation that built the Tower of Babel, that's what it's talking about. Although the design of that generation was not accomplished, yet after their times, their punishment was made manifest in that they said, "Let us make us a name." For Nebuchadnezzar, having wasted and subverted many kingdoms and destroyed the sanctuary, thought it possible to put in execution the wicked design of the age of the dispersion. Hence it is said, King Nebuchadnezzar made an image, etc., and set it up. What they're suggesting in the Talmud is that the incident we're reading about here was an incident where King Nebuchadnezzar had become obsessed with the fact that he was the ruler of the world. And he was hearkening back to the Tower of Babel. And he thought that he himself had become so great that he would be able to subvert what the Creator had done at the Tower of Babel in dividing the peoples, and that he would use this gold image as a means to unite all the peoples of the world. This is what the Talmud is saying about this. Let's read a little bit more. This is in the Valley of Generation. That's what the Valley of Dura means, generation. This is where a new world order was being generated by Nebuchadnezzar. In the province of Babylon. Notice it's not the city of Babylon, it's the province of Babylon, which is a much bigger area. Just like, for instance, in New York, you have the city of New York, but then you have the state of New York, which is much, much larger than the city. Well, that's how this was. It goes on and it says, which is the valley spoken of in Genesis 11:2. In other words, this is the same valley where the Tower of Babel had been raised, or was attempted to be raised, when it had been foiled. And Nebuchadnezzar was wanting to finish what had been frustrated. What therefore they could not do, he attempted to do. Hence he gathered all the people to worship the image, which agrees with Genesis 11:4. For he put a certain vessel of the vessels of the temple on the mouth of the image, on which was engraven the divine name, that he might render ineffectual the intention of the dispersed generation. Imagine that. What the Talmud is saying is he actually took a holy implement from the temple on which the divine name was and put it in the mouth of the image, essentially now blending the worship of the one and only true God with this image in an attempt to bring that worship under the authority of the image, thinking that that would break the power that had prevented Babel from being built. Let's read some more. But Scripture says in Jeremiah 51:44, "And I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he has swallowed up, and the nations shall not flow together any more unto him." I bet you didn't know there was a scriptural basis for this, did you? It's a prophecy in Jeremiah. For Daniel came and caused that vessel that was swallowed to be taken out of the mouth of the image, whence it fell and was broke to pieces, which is the same as that in Genesis 11:4. So this is a very interesting account of what happened. We have no scriptural record that tells us that Daniel did this, but we do know that Nebuchadnezzar ultimately failed. That as great as the kingdom of Babylon became, it itself was destroyed. It did not accomplish gathering all the nations into one eternal empire. But that was, in fact, the goal, and it's not hard to see that from the text here. Because Babylon was a polytheistic society. There were many gods in Babylon. And apparently, Nebuchadnezzar didn't care that people worshiped other gods, so long as they worshiped the state god. Friends, that is how it's going to be. There will be many Christians. There will be many Jews. There will be many people that claim to worship the God of the Bible who do just fine under the reign of the Antichrist, because they will be willing to worship the state god too. Well, let's imagine now all these leaders standing before this image. Then the herald loudly proclaimed, "To you the command is given, O peoples, nations, and men of every language." You see, this command is not just for the leaders, is it? It's through the leaders to all the people of all the languages, trying to reverse the Tower of Babel. That at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of music, you would have fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. This is a great national anthem that is going to be played with all of these different instruments. Really a great orchestra that was being assembled. And this is an incredibly intimidating sight, if you can just imagine this. You know, most of us can imagine when we were kids, maybe being assembled for an assembly in our school. And you might have a few hundred, you might have 1,000 people there. And if you got called on for something in the assembly and you were called up to the front of the assembly, can you imagine how you felt? Can you remember that happening? Just imagine the group pressure that was on this group gathered there in the plains of Dora when this music was played. Particularly when they heard this from the herald. Whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nobody told you in advance. You didn't know. You couldn't have not come anyway. What are you going to do at that moment? Therefore, at that time, when all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of music, all the peoples, nations, and men of every language fell down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Friends, you're reading about the future here. You're reading about the future. That's what's going to happen when this beast finally emerges. It will be demanded that every person will worship the beast. For this reason, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and brought charges against the Jews. They responded and said to Nebuchadnezzar the king, O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that every man who bears the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of music, is to fall down and worship the golden image. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. There are certain Jews whom you have appointed over the administration of the province of Babylon, namely Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have disregarded you. They do not serve your gods or worship the golden image which you've set up. Do you suppose in these days to come that we may have enemies that might say something very, very similar to this, to those dignitaries of the beast system? You can count on that. These men thought they had something to gain, you see, because if the king would just follow through, there's 3 new posts that are going to open up that some of those people, probably the very ones who are saying this to the king, could then step up into. Because we know that's what these people are all about, isn't it? Getting up another rung on the pyramid, and they will say and do anything to get there. So this is what happened. Now the king is in a certain position here. He may have high regard for these men, but what happens if he makes an exception? Well, then the whole thing falls apart, doesn't it? Then other people might say, well, I worship this other god over here, and so I would like an exception too. Well, it goes on, it says, Then Nebuchadnezzar in rage and anger gave orders to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then these men were brought before the king. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said to them, Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the golden image that I have set up? You know, he couldn't believe it. Those people think that everybody has a price. And nobody is so devoted to their God and their beliefs that they will risk their life. And you know why they believe that? Because they would never do it. Well, he continues on, now if you are ready, at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of music, to fall down and worship the image that I have made, very well. Hey, he's given him another chance. What a nice guy. But if you do not worship, you will immediately be cast into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire. And what God is there that can deliver you out of my hands? He had become God. Think about it. That's what he was saying. I'm God now. There is no God above me. There is no God that can turn around what I have said. That's what he is saying. Is this not the message that we expect to hear from the Antichrist once he is installed into power? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to give you an answer concerning this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will deliver us out of your hand, O king. But even if he does not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up. Now that's more than a great Sunday school story. You just imagine the situation. Imagine the degree of the pressure that was on him before the king. What do you think it was like around the king? There are big muscular guys with swords there. There was a big furnace, and it was burning hot. There was a throne. There were courtiers and all kinds of people there. There were all of these officials of the government there. And yet, these men are saying this to the king. Is it because they are so brave? I do think they're brave. But I'll tell you the reason why they did this. Because they were in greater fear of the living and true God than they were in the king of Babylon. And they knew that no matter what he did, he could not touch their eternal hope. What a mistake that would be to throw that all away just to keep the favor of the king and the people. So what they did was not only brave, it was logical when you understand it. And beyond being logical, I think we have to see something else here. And that is, these men were speaking from their hearts. They were keeping the first commandment. Right? Love the true God with your whole heart, mind, soul, and strength. They had a deep love for their God. And they were in covenant with their God. And they were not going to violate that covenant for any reason. And this was not dependent, notice this, on Yahweh saving them. Sometimes we think like that. We think, okay, I have this deal with Yahweh, and if I do the right thing, then he has to save me. If that's true, then why martyrs? Why do we have martyrs? Right? Why was Yeshua himself crucified for us? Why did all the apostles, save one, die as criminals? Our duty is to glorify our Father in heaven. We do not have guarantees that in every situation he is going to save our life. Now, these were mature believers who understood that. I'm telling you this because you need to know the truth. You can't go into the times that we have ahead of us with some kind of naive religious ideas, because if you do, when those things don't come true, you are going to fall apart. You've got to understand what the truth is here. They understood, and they said, he can save us, but whether he does or not, we're just not going to do it. Yahweh can help us. He can keep us from that moment if he chooses to. He can give us the strength to speak the truth and to endure it. Or he can save us. And whatever he does is just fine because it's his will. And the important thing, victory, friend, victory is being faithful. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and his facial expression was altered toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He answered by giving orders to heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usually heated. He commanded certain valiant warriors who were in his army to tie up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in order to cast them into the furnace of blazing fire. Then these men were tied up in their trousers, their coats, their caps, and their other clothes, and were cast into the midst of the furnace of blazing fire. Nebuchadnezzar was done talking. You're not going to do what I tell you? It's over. For this reason, because the king's command was urgent, and the furnace had been made extremely hot, the flame of the fire slew those men who carried up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell into the midst of the furnace of blazing fire, still tied up. So imagine it. These big burly guys, right? These guards that have a hold of these men, in getting close enough to the fire to try and throw these men into the fire, they themselves were overcome by the heat and killed, so that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego then fell into the flames. They're tied up. What can they do about this? What can they do? There is a moment when we understand there's nothing that I can do. That's where they were at. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astounded and stood up in haste. He said to his high officials, "Was it not 3 men we cast bound into the midst of the fire?" They replied to the king, "Certainly, O king." He said, "Look, I see 4 men loosed and walking about in the midst of the fire without harm. And the appearance of the fourth is like a son of the gods. I will always be with you. That's the promise. Messiah told us before he ascended, I will always be with you. He was there for them. And he's been there for all of them. Have you read about Stephen? Yes, he was killed while having a vision of the Son of God enthroned in heaven. His body was killed, but his spirit was already moved beyond that. If you're truly his, he will always be there for you. You can absolutely count on that. Yes, there are no guarantees that your body will always be saved, but there is a guarantee that he will always be there for you. And he will do exactly what is the right thing to do in your situation. And he will love you because he loved you enough to give his life for you. And when he comes back in glory, you will come back with him. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the furnace of blazing fire. He responded and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come out, you servants of the Most High God. Hey, you know what? He's not the Most High God anymore. Nebuchadnezzar, he's not the Most High God anymore. He's saying now their God is the Most High God. He's had a lesson in humility. And come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the midst of the fire. They did that under their own power. They went in all bound up, thrown in or nearly thrown in by these burly guards. But when they came out, they walked out under their own power. That's what Messiah was able to do for them. And the king has a very different attitude now. Now he's willing to listen. The satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's high officials gathered around and saw, in regard to these men, that the fire had no effect on the bodies of these men, nor was the hair of their head singed, nor were their trousers damaged, nor had the smell of fire even come upon them. You know, that day when they went to that plane and they saw the image and they heard the music, they probably thought that was the greatest sight that they could ever see. But they were wrong. Because when the living and true God made his move, that is when they saw the greatest sight they could ever see. That is where the real power is, friends. That is where the real power is. Don't be afraid of the beast system. It can get a little scary watching this thing grow, watching the technology they have and their capabilities. But don't let that wow you too much, because our God has real power. And even those people will have to acknowledge it. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said, "Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servants who put their trust in him, violating the king's command, and yielded up their bodies so as not to serve or worship any god except their own God." This is what's happening. Here's the plan. A one-world religion. It's in the works. And it will be composed of all religious organizations. And they will be allowed to have their separate distinctiveness, as they like to say. But they will all have one thing in common, and that is they will all be worshiping the beast and telling their people to worship the beast. Anybody that doesn't get on board with that is worthy of death. Hey, they're still being polite. You're watching the news and seeing what's happening at this stage. This is just the beginning. They're being polite right now. You wait until they totally have control. When they have their hand right around the neck of the world, you watch and see what happens with believers. They're not going to be any kinder than this man. But they're going to be faced with something they can't imagine. They're going to come face to face with a power that they never thought was real. And they're going to find out that power is real. They're going to come face to face with an immovable object. And just think, the Spirit of that all-powerful God lives in you right now. What we're reading about here, you can do. You can do this. I know what you're thinking. Oh, I don't think I can do that. I'm pretty scared. When that moment comes, you will be surprised how the Spirit of the living God will well up inside of you, and you will become a rock. Just be determined that that's who you want to be. And trust Him. And should it come to this for you, you will overcome. And you will prove to be stronger than the whole beast system because of the one who lives in you. Therefore, I make a decree that any people, nation, or tongue that speaks anything offensive against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb, and their houses reduced to a rubbish heap, inasmuch as there is no other God who is able to deliver in this way. Then the king caused Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to prosper in the province of Babylon. Turned out well. Turned out well for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It always turns out well for the people who put the living and true God first in their life. It's not what you know, friends. It's who you know.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Well, we're going to look some more now into these verses in Luke 21. These verses are so relevant to our age. We need to really understand them. So I want to especially look at the last section, the section that is a warning, where Yeshua is telling us what we need to do during these times. He says, be careful, or your hearts will be loaded down with carousing, drunkenness, and cares of this life, and that day will come on you suddenly. For it will come like a snare on all those who dwell on the surface of all the earth. Therefore, be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen and to stand before the Son of Man. Well, this is very interesting, this concept of escape. And as Brother Michael pointed out, this means to flee out. That's how you escape, by fleeing out. And we're going to talk about that a little more. It's interesting that these verses that we just read are quoted by some of the pre-trib rapture teachers. For instance, right on the top of this book by Tim LaHaye, he has this question, will you escape the tribulation? Then he has the big word rapture. So when you look at that, what is he saying? He's saying that the rapture is the way to escape the tribulation. My question would be, is there a biblical foundation for this claim? Is a pre-tribulation rapture a way of escape from the Great Tribulation? Now, on doing a search on on escape, here's what I found. Zero, zilch, zip, nil, not, none, zero. This is the number of times that the Bible says the rapture will occur before the Great Tribulation. There is not that many times, 0 times. But 0 is also the number of times the Bible says the rapture will offer escape from the Great Tribulation. There is not a single verse that says the rapture will offer an escape from the Great Tribulation. Truth be told, it says that the rapture will happen after the Great Tribulation. But that's another discussion. Now let's compare this with the real way of escape. At least 7. The number of Bible passages that specifically say the remnant will escape. Now this is really interesting, isn't it? So if you're looking for scriptural support for the idea of escape, there is no scriptural support for the idea that the people of God will escape the tribulation by the rapture. But there are at least 7 verses that indicate the remnant will escape. And we're going to look at them all. Here's the first one. For out of Jerusalem a remnant will go out, and out of Mount Zion those who shall escape. The zeal of Yahweh will perform this. Here's number 2. For out of Jerusalem a remnant will go forth, and survivors will escape at Mount Zion. The zeal of Yahweh of hosts will perform this. It's basically the same verse, isn't it? And apparently important enough to repeat it again. 3. Yet will I preserve a remnant, in that you shall have some that escape the sword among the nations when you are scattered through the countries. Ezekiel 6:8. Come, come, flee from the land of the north, says Yahweh, for I have spread you abroad as the 4 winds of the sky, says Yahweh. Come, Zion, escape, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. Now, it doesn't say the word remnant here, but since it says, I have spread you abroad as the 4 winds of the sky, and other verses say that those who are spread abroad as the 4 winds of the sky are the remnant, I included this verse. And it does specifically say escape. And a lot of these verses mention Zion as well. Now, we have 3 more Bible passages to make up the full 7, which specifically say the remnant of Israel will escape the judgment of destruction coming upon the nations of the world. In other words, they include that in the passage as well. Here's those 3. This is Isaiah 10, 20 through 23, and Brother Michael shared this tonight. It will come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel, those who have escaped of the house of Jacob, will no more again lean on him who struck them, but shall lean on Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. A remnant will return, even the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty Elohim. For though your people Israel are like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. A destruction is determined, overflowing with righteousness. For Yahweh, Yahweh of hosts, will make a full end, and that determined in the midst of all the earth. Now, granted, it doesn't use the term Great Tribulation here, but I certainly think destruction, which makes a full end in the midst of all the earth, qualifies as the Great Tribulation. So in this, it includes all of these thoughts: the remnant of Israel, escaping, and the destruction, all together in this passage. Here's our sixth example. This is from the book of Obadiah. For the day of Yahweh is near all the nations. But in Mount Zion there will be those who escape, and they will be holy. The house of Jacob will possess their possessions. The house of Jacob will be a fire, the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau a stubble. There will not be any remaining to the house of Esau. Indeed, Yahweh has spoken. So the day of Yahweh is the day in which he finally judges the nations. So this is synonymous with the Great Tribulation. It mentions those in Mount Zion. We've already read a number of verses that say that those in Mount Zion are the remnant, those in Mount Zion who escape. And it also mentions the house of Jacob, which is Israel. So all of this is together in this one passage. And then, of course, we have Joel chapter 2. The sun will be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of Yahweh comes. It will happen that whoever will call on the name of Yahweh shall be saved. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there will be those who escape, as Yahweh has said, among the remnant, those whom Yahweh calls. So this passage pulls all of this together, the great and terrible day of Yahweh. I don't think anybody would disagree with me that that's the Great Tribulation. We have Mount Zion as the place where the remnant will escape, those whom Yahweh calls. So, while you have no foundation for a pre-trib rapture as the place of escape, we have 7 witnesses here from the prophets that the remnant will escape by returning to their land. And this includes or is about the great and terrible day of Yahweh, or the Great Tribulation. So when we look at the prophets and what they talked about, and we compare that to what Yeshua was talking about in Luke 21, we find that Yeshua was expounding on the words of the prophets and laying out the signs of the end. Now, we already saw that in what Michael was saying about the fig tree. Looking back in the prophets, we have all these things about the fig tree that help us to understand what Yeshua was saying. Well, the rest of this, which is really talking about an escape, is also drawing from these prophets who talked about the escape of the remnant in the final days. In Joel, we just read that the sun will be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of Yahweh comes. And Yeshua is talking about signs in the sun, moon, and stars, certainly including these signs of Joel that he gave us. Also mentioning that the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Again, drawing from Joel. But let's talk about this idea of these signs in the sun, moon, and stars. Well, we do remember this, right? Before 2014, there was a lot of talk about the tetrad moons. This particular slide is from 2013, from a video that I did on this topic. But rather than just talking about the tetrad moons, I also included what had led up to the tetrad moons, which were Star of David planetary alignments. These were alignments of the stars actually forming the shape of the Star of David. And there were 13 of these that preceded the tetrad moons. Now, the tetrad moons were 4 blood red moons. 2 years, these occurred over 2 years, 2014, 2015. At Passover, which is always during the full moon time, and Sukkot, which also begins at the full moon time, each of those 2 years. So that was rather amazing that that would happen. Well, in 2015, we were all kind of amazed when the Messiah star showed up. And this was mentioned by Michael, and it's worth talking about again, because the thing about the Messiah star, this was a conjunction of planets that, when seen from the Earth, appeared to be one big bright star, a very, very bright star. Now, when you look through a telescope, you don't see that because these planets are very close to one another, and they all blur together into one big star when you look at it with the human eye. But through a telescope, of course, you can see these as specific planets. But certainly, in the year Yeshua was born, which is 2 BC, when they saw this bright star in the sky, brighter than any star in the sky, they knew that this was significant. The Gospels talk about it, and this was indeed a sign. And as Mark brought out, of course, those believers back then, Israel back then, kept the Shabbats according to the lunar calendar. And the Messiah star, or called sometimes the Bethlehem star, occurred at the Sabbath right in the middle of the Passover full moon Sabbath and the Sukkot full moon Sabbath. It's exactly in the middle after 12 Sabbaths, and it's the 13th Sabbath, and then there are 12 more Sabbaths. So clearly this is not, by any stretch of the imagination, an accident, and that this should repeat again, and even be true to this Sabbath pattern is pretty amazing that this should happen in 2015. So that's how this worked. So in retrospect, putting this all together, we have these signs. We have these 13 a Star of David planetary alignments. We have this followed by the tetrad moons, and right in the middle of the last 2 tetrad moons, we have the Messiah star, which itself is the 13th Sabbath. What are the odds against this happening by accident? And by the way, this only has its full meaning to those of us who keep the lunar Sabbath. The people who don't, this timing isn't going to work out this way. This is meant to talk to us because we understand it. Does that make sense to you? These are signs that mean something to the remnant. I think that's a pretty amazing sign that involves the sun, moon, and stars, just like Yeshua talked about. And what does it mean? Well, this is not the main point of my discussion tonight, but when we look at what happened in 2015, it's pretty amazing, because right around the time of the Messiah star is when the fifth seal was removed. And what that meant was a loosing of global persecution on believers around the world. And what the Messiah star itself is talking about is the same thing that the Star of Bethlehem was talking about. The Star of Bethlehem was announcing a baby coming into the world, baby Messiah coming into the world. And the Messiah star of 2015 was announcing the baby Messiah, that is, the body of Messiah, being birthed in the earth. That is the remnant of Israel in their very beginnings. You know, the interesting thing about the Bethlehem star and the baby Yeshua being born is that to most people, while looking at the star seemed amazing, they didn't have any idea of what it meant. Most people had no idea. And it was soon forgotten. Interestingly, the same thing happened in 2015. There was a little bit about it in the media, but it was all soon forgotten. And all of these other things, these planetary alignments and the tetrads, were all meant to focus attention on the Messiah star. And all the people that wrote books about the tetrads, they totally missed it. The whole Christian world, they totally missed it. None of them have a clue that that is what this is really pointing to. The birth of the remnant nation in the world. That's pretty amazing, I think, and it's an amazing sign. So I wanted to share about it. And we do have a lot in that on the seminar from 2015, by the way, on the beast of Daniel surfacing. We have that still for free, so please share that with others. Well, moving on from that, I want to talk about this term, all the earth. Yeshua uses this term, those who dwell on the surface of all the earth. What does that mean? If it says it will come like a snare on all those who dwell on the surface of all the earth, doesn't that mean everybody? Doesn't that mean you? That it's going to come like a snare on you? No, it doesn't mean that. When you read it, it seems to mean that. But I'm going to tell you why it doesn't mean that. It means, well, I'm going to tell you what it means. All of the prophets who use this term held those who dwell on the earth as one group and the remnant as a different group. So this is prophetic language. It's kind of interesting. For instance, in Isaiah 10, Yahweh, Yahweh of hosts, will make a full end, and that determined in the midst of all the earth. Obadiah, in Mount Zion there will be those who escape, and they will be holy. It says all the nations, for the day of Yahweh is near all the nations. So it's holding all the earth and all the nations in contrast to the escaped remnant. Now we do have some other verses like this too. We have the book of Revelation. Revelation 3:10, it says, because you kept my command to endure, I also will keep you from the hour of testing, which is to come on the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. The next verse, it talks about Yahweh judging those who dwell on the earth. In Revelation 8:13, it talks about woe for those who dwell on the earth. Look at all the other verses in Revelation that essentially calls those who dwell on the earth the bad guys. Here it's very clear. Revelation 17:8, those who dwell on the earth and whose names have not been written in the book of life. So when we look at all of this, we see that those who dwell on the earth, or some derivative of that, is used in at least 12 places in Revelation to refer to the wicked world, which is the vast majority of those who dwell on the earth in the literal sense. In contrast to the overcomers who escape the judgments of Yahweh. So when we read Yeshua using this same term, those who dwell on the surface of all the earth, he is speaking in the same prophetic language as the prophets used, as we find later in the book of Revelation. Those who dwell on the surface of the earth in the prophetic context are the bad guys, the wicked people, those not written in the book of life. And it uses the term in contrast to the remnant who escape. So that's the way in which Yeshua is using the term there in Luke 21. Consistently, he spoke of escape by the remnant in the remnant Exodus. Now, this tells you something. This tells you that if people think they're going to escape by going to Montana and building a little cabin out in the middle of the woods, good luck with that. That's not the way of escape that Yahweh has set forth or that Yeshua is talking about. You think that maybe you can go to an even more remote place, maybe Alaska, maybe the North Pole, perhaps one of the uninhabited islands somewhere. I'm pretty sure all of those are included in all the earth. There's one place of escape that's offered in the scriptures during the Great Tribulation. And that's the place that Yahweh brings the remnant to. There really is no other. So in Luke 21, 34 through 36, we now consider these verses. Therefore, be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen and to stand before the Son of Man. Now, we want to look at these words closer. One thing we want to realize here is he's talking about being counted worthy to escape. Now, if you were a believer in the pre-trib rapture, you might find that wording troubling, because most people who believe in the pre-trib rapture believe that as soon as they said the sinner's prayer, they were at peace with God, and that without works, just by his grace. So the whole idea of being counted worthy to escape really doesn't fit those people who think that they're going to escape by means of a pre-trib rapture. Actually, everything they believe about the pre-trib rapture is contrary to these words. Why does anybody have to be watchful if one day all of the believers are just going to be snatched out? This doesn't depend on them at all, does it? So why not just go on with your life, doing all the stuff Yeshua says not to do here? Just focusing on your own life. Why not do that if one day you're just going to be snatched away? And what about being counted worthy? Doesn't being counted worthy involve works? Christians don't believe in works, do they? So this is a very strange passage, I think. for your nominal Christian believers who would follow the idea of a pre-trib rapture. This is not the kind of language you would expect from Tim LaHaye if he wrote the verse, is it? And another thing I find interesting is Yeshua breaks this down into two things. Did you notice that? The first thing is be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen. So that's not just talking about the end, is it? It's talking about all these things that will happen, all these things that are going to be coming on the earth. To escape that, be counted worthy to escape that, and to stand before the Son of Man. It's interesting it doesn't use the word escape for that, right? It doesn't use the word escape to stand before the Son of Man. It's just saying escaping all these things that will happen. Doesn't that fit the prophetic scenario of the remnant escaping to their land before the destruction comes? You see what I'm saying? You don't have to mess with the terminology at all in order for it to fit perfectly with what the prophet said about the remnant. But you do have to kind of mangle your thoughts here if you're going to make this apply to a pre-trib rapture. Okay, so let's look at this a little more. What does it mean to be watchful all the time? And what does it mean to be counted worthy to escape? So, to be counted worthy means just what it sounds like. To deem entirely deserving. Deserving. Now, does deserving involve works? It does. Because you see, what this is talking about is not salvation. There will be many saved believers who nonetheless will not be counted worthy of escaping with the remnant. That doesn't mean that they're not believers, but it means they were sleeping at the wheel. They weren't doing what Yeshua said to do. They weren't being watchful. Let me ask you a real question. How many believers have you ever spoken to that said that they were praying that they would escape all these things that were going to come by returning home in the second Exodus? Is that a prayer that you often have heard during the course of your life as a believer? Let alone being watchful for that event so you can be ready and be a part of it. So I think at a very minimum, to be counted worthy would be to acknowledge this truth, which means you have to seek it out in the first place, and to be watchful as to where and when it's happening, and to be deserving. In other words, to be an earnest disciple of Yeshua Messiah. I mean, wouldn't that be kind of like the minimum level that one would expect? In my newsletter today, it talks about a study that was done in America of what people talk about, including Christians. And according to the study that was done, there's very little talk about God, Messiah, or anything spiritual. People are doing exactly what Yeshua here is saying not to do. They are totally consumed by their own concerns and their own lives. Realize that the remnant are a special group of people. They are the overcomers. They are the ones that rise above that level of mediocrity. And to be counted worthy means essentially they have passed that test that we find in the first 3 chapters of Revelation. In Revelation 3:10, Messiah said this, addressing the overcomers, because you kept my command to endure, I also will keep you from the hour of testing, which is to come on the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. I don't think he could say it any plainer. Because you kept my command to endure. Where do we find Messiah's command to endure in the scriptures? Do we not find it in the Olivet Sermon? Isn't this where he says, he who endures to the end is the one that will be saved? Doesn't he say that? Is this a command to endure to the end? Apparently, he thinks so. And so he says, because you kept my command to endure. I don't think by endure he means just surviving, does he? Because whoever's alive at that point, including those who dwell on the earth, will have survived to that point. It's not just surviving, but it is maintaining a vital relationship with him and keeping his commands, obeying him, which means to be a true disciple of his. He says, if you do that, he says, I will also keep you from the hour of testing, which is to come on the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. What is the hour of testing that comes to those who dwell on the earth? Is it not the Great Tribulation? This verse is really saying to the overcomers, you will be included in the remnant exodus before the Great Tribulation. If you pull together all of the prophetic verses we just looked at tonight, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. If you keep my commands and endure, then you will be part of that group that is kept from the hour of testing. That's going to come to all the other people, those who dwell on the earth. 2 groups here. 2 groups. So what we see is it is the overcomers that will be counted worthy to escape. The people that are listening to this video are not primarily the ones that I'm concerned about when I read this. Because for the most part, we know about these things and we can make a decision whether we are going to pay attention to this warning, whether we're going to obey Yeshua Messiah, and whether we're going to put his kingdom first in our life so that we can be included in the remnant exodus. We can do that because we're already in touch with this message. We already understand this. We already know what Yahweh is going to be doing in the very near future with the remnant. I'm really more concerned about the believers whom we have not reached yet. And I know that this is something, ultimately, that is up to Messiah. And I can see that just reading the verses, seeing what he had to say just the very term that you might be counted worthy to escape all these things. This suggests to me that there's a decision being made here about people, that Messiah is making a decision as to whether he counts them worthy or not. This all goes along with the first 3 chapters of Revelation. That's where he's talking about all this. And that he is making a decision about who is worthy, who's not worthy, who's an overcomer, who's not an overcomer. And that's a very weighty thing. I think it also explains why when you share these truths, even though we have so much scriptural evidence, that some people are just blind to it. They just can't see it. And no matter what you say, you can't convince them. Things that are so meaningful to you don't even ring a bell at all with them. And the reason for that is clear, that as of yet, they have not been counted worthy to escape. And it's probably for exactly the reasons Yeshua listed, of basically being preoccupied with their own lives and the things of the world, that he's not really first in their life. And, you know, this can be somewhat of a deterrent to us because we can share the truth that we have, and when we get rejection from that, it might cause us to kind of shut down from doing it with other people. But the fact is, you don't know who's going to respond. And sometimes you can really be surprised. Just recently, I've had that experience. You just don't know. So I want to encourage all of you, as we are very, very rapidly heading towards the end of this age, be bold. Be bold. And share this truth with people. Give them an opportunity to respond to it, because really so much is at stake, and it is the overcomers that will be counted worthy to escape all these things.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Resurrection power, we want to talk about that because there's more to the resurrection than our future life. Just laying out a few terms on what we're going to talk about. And basically, I think that this topic that Mike brought up about these two ideas, one going off in your spirit and living forever in heaven, and the other resurrection to live in the kingdom, the established kingdom of Messiah. These are two different ideas. They're not the same idea. Now, there's different ways that they try to bring these two things together, but it never really works very well. And so I think this is something that deserves a little bit more scrutiny. So I thought Mike really did great, brought up some excellent points, and I'd like to also just bring some more support to that before I get to the idea of resurrection power. Now, about heaven, we're not saying we don't believe in heaven. Heaven's in the Bible, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So we're not saying that heaven isn't in the Bible. The Bible teaches that the Creator made heaven and that he lives there with other spirit beings whom he also made. So you find that all through the Bible, that the Creator lives in heaven. There are angels in heaven. Read the book of Revelation. It tells you all about this. So we believe this, and I believe this. So nothing we're saying about heaven is to deny that heaven exists. That's not what any of this is about. We do know that heaven is there and that Yahweh is there. And Messiah is there. He was raised and sits at the right hand of the Father in heaven. So what we are saying is that the Bible does not teach that heaven is a place people go after they die as the hope of the dead. It's not the blessed hope, going to heaven. It is this false teaching of heaven as the destination of the dead that Mike was talking about and that I'm talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that so people won't think, well, we're saying there's no heaven. We're not saying that. We're just saying that's not the same as the resurrection, which is the biblical hope. Now, Mike pointed out these verses in Luke and did a very good job explaining this. I had one other thing I wanted to share about that, and that is that Yeshua in his answer said those who are considered worthy to attain to that age and the resurrection from the dead. So instead of saying attain to heaven, he says attain to that age. And the definition of an age in the Greek is essentially the same as the definition of an age is in English. It's a time period. It's aeon. And according to Strong's Greek Dictionary, it's specifically a messianic period. So it's a period of time. So when it's talking about people attaining to that age, it means they want to be there during that time, during the messianic period. So that's what the resurrection is about. It's about an age of time when the Messiah is ruling over the earth. That's what the resurrection is about. That's what Yeshua was saying. And of course, he was talking this way because this had always been the Hebraic hope in the scriptures. During that time period of the scriptures, none of the Bible writers or faithful believers having to do with Israel had any such idea of going off to heaven. It was always about the kingdom. Read in the book of Isaiah. It's talking about the kingdom to come. It's not talking about going off to heaven. So, nevertheless, a lot of people feel very attached to the idea of going to heaven. And why do many Christians believe in an afterlife in heaven? Why do they like cute little pictures like this of fat little babies with wings on clouds? Well, it is cute, isn't it? But it's pretty pagan, too. But that's another thing. Let's look into this. Because, here's what I think. I think most people that believe in heaven don't believe in it on the basis of some solid theology they believe in. That's not the reason they believe in it. It has more to do with how they feel. Now watch this. This is a movie, and it's called Heaven is for Real. This 2014 film grossed $101 million, which is a lot of money for a Christian film. And the film was based on the claims of a 4-year-old boy. You can't argue with a 4-year-old boy, can you? His name was Colton Burpo, and he survived an emergency surgery. And in the months after that, he told his pastor father that he had made a trip to heaven and then come back again, and had many different things that he was told when he was in heaven, and also meeting people, by the way, meeting dead people, that he had told his father about. Now, this is pretty cute, you know, a 4-year-old boy. And many find these stories from children very compelling, because children don't lie, right? So this must be true. However, some other people wonder if maybe there's other forces at work besides this 4-year-old boy in this story. Now, we have other examples like this. As a matter of fact, there's quite a few of them, and these are very persuasive to people. People look at these stories, and on the basis of these stories, they believe that going to heaven is a real thing. Here's another one, The Boy Who Came Back from Heaven. Now, this one was before the other one, and it was very successful. This was back in 2010. It was the best-selling book. A boy named Alex, 6 years old. He had a coma after a car accident, and after that, this book was written, and the Washington Post said it became part of a popular genre of heavenly tourism, which has been controversial among Orthodox Christians. Yes, there's a whole spate of these, of children telling this story about going to heaven. And it's a niche that is very popular with a lot of people. Do heavenly tourism books revealing dead relatives in heaven mean the afterlife is in heaven? Well, a lot of people that read the book or have read it think so. I looked at some reviews in Amazon of the book to see what people thought. Here's one from March 2011. So this is when the book was new, just came out. And this review says, I highly recommend this book. I started reading it and could not put it down. And as soon as I finished it, my 10-year-old son picked it up and read it cover to cover. My son asked many questions and really learned a lot about heaven from this book. He especially liked the parts written by the little boy, Alex. Well, sure, wouldn't one little boy like what another little boy had written? You can see why that would feel very compelling. And the comment is that this is a good source to learn about the afterlife in heaven. Well, it was an experience of a real person. Sometimes that can be very compelling. Well, let's look at another 1-star review. You know, when I'm looking on Amazon, I like the 5-star reviews, but I really like to look at the 1-star reviews. And this one was later. This was in 2014. And the writer said, feel duped. Following reading comments online by Alex Malarkey's mother, Beth, I feel duped by his father, Kevin. According to Mrs. Malarkey, you know, you got to question that name, right? She nor Alex ever endorsed, approved, or received a dime of profit from this book. And it seems there were exaggerations and inaccuracies throughout its content. So very sad. Well, one thing that's pointed out here is a reason we need to be careful with books and movies like this is there is money to be made from this niche because it makes people feel good, and certain kinds of people really like these kinds of books and movies. Well, there's more. Here's another 1-star review. Do not buy this book by co-author's request. This is 2015. And it was a rather lengthy comment, but here's part of it. Alex admits, I did not die. I did not go to heaven. I said I went to heaven because I thought it would get me attention. When I made the claims that I did, I had never read the Bible. So how much are you really going to learn about heaven from this boy's story? See, people think that, but really, this boy didn't know anything about heaven, had never gone to heaven, and the whole thing was made up to get attention. Do children make up stories to get attention? Well, it happens, doesn't it? And I included the link here where this boy goes on extensively in admitting what really happened with this book, and it was all a hoax. So what do we learn from that? Well, if people are learning about God and about going to heaven from books like this, then this is not a very good foundation of knowing the truth. It's more like this. People believe the lies because of warm fuzzies. And I'm not criticizing people for liking warm fuzzies, right? We like that feeling inside. We like to see kids do heartwarming things and so on. But the truth is, it's giving in to these kinds of emotions without testing the truthfulness of those things that got this whole going to heaven lie started in the first place. And the truth is, when you're thinking about something as important as eternity, you need to look to the scriptures for the truth, not just go by a feeling of warm fuzzies. And that can be a very big problem. Now, it's interesting that this all got started in Christendom from exactly these same kind of emotions. Here's a Catholic author. His name is C.F. Aiken, who is also a bit of a church historian. And, of course, being a Catholic author, he believes in the Catholic Church and he accepts their doctrine. But he has a lot to say about where different things came from in the church. And he says this, from the end of the first century, Greek and Roman Gentiles formed the preponderating factor in the church. Being converts and children of converts, they were familiar with the symbolism and ritual of the popular forms of pagan worship. And these religions were features that commended themselves as dignified and appropriate expressions of religious feeling, say the warm fuzzies. It was but natural that some of these worthy features should be adopted into the Christian ritual. Now, like the Catholic Church throughout its existence, you see, this author, Aiken, doesn't see a big distinction between Christianity and paganism. He calls it dignified, appropriate, and worthy. And so to him, it's perfectly fine that Christianity adopted some of these warm, fuzzy pagan ideas. And he even says how it happened, that towards the end of the first century, there were getting to be a lot more Gentiles who were professing faith in Messiah than there were Hebrew believers. And just like these people that like these books, like these movies, and inform their beliefs by those things, that's what these Gentiles were doing. They were informing their beliefs by these different doctrines around them in the culture that gave them the warm fuzzies and that they liked. So this is an entirely different thing. What you find, what you call Christianity, after the first century is an entirely different movement than what you read about in the scriptures. It's really a break-off from the original teachings. Mike mentioned Justin Martyr, and he was the first of the church fathers to turn away from the Hebraic leadership of the assembly in the early 2nd century. And yet, as Gentiles started coming into Gentile Christianity, it started to bother Justin Martyr because of what he saw. And he said, if you have fallen in with some who are called Christians who say there is no resurrection of the dead and that their souls, when they die, are taken to heaven, do not imagine that they are Christians. So you see already the beliefs were changing, right? And they were trying to hold back this idea, this teaching about no resurrection and dying going to heaven. But of course, they couldn't hold back the tide because so many pagans were coming into Christianity. This same author said this: the very countries where the mysteries of Mithra, of Isis, of Cybele first rose and flourished, Armenia, Pontus, Phrygia, Egypt, soon became overwhelmingly Christian. So in all these areas, people were coming out of these pagan religions that believed in some sort of ethereal soul going to heaven when you die. I have here a picture of Mithra, the pagan sun god, and we have the pagan-derived Jesus. Notice any similarities? So this Jesus we're looking at has very little in common with the Yeshua of the New Testament scriptures. This is really the pagan Greek Jesus, not the Jewish Jesus who believed in the resurrection. Their deities, especially Mithra and Isis, were brought near to the worshiper by ties of filial confidence and gratitude. Both these cults held out the hope of eternal bliss in heaven. Say it's all warm fuzzies. It's all supposed to make you feel good. This is just like so many of the faith preachers on TV, right? And the mega church pastors. It's all about making people feel good in order to loosen up their wallets. And it was the same sort of thing way back then. It's kind of like there's this spirit in this heretical Christianity that broke off from the truth. And this spirit has survived through all these hundreds of years down till today. This is what has happened. Now he talks about Constantine. He says, when Constantine and his successors gave the church the freedom to expand, it drew to its fold innumerable throngs of converts. Constantine was the emperor of Rome. And he made Christianity essentially the official language. And he wanted to unify all the people. So this is when he made it official. And he brought in, he himself was a worshiper of Mithra, the sun god. So this is when all of these different doctrines were brought in and became a part of the Christian established church. And all of this is a matter of history. So this is why someone who comes from a Christian church might hear the things that we teach and they're thinking, oh, that is so weird. I never heard anything like that before. No, you never did probably in your church. But if you read your Bible, you would find the things we're talking about because we go through it verse by verse, don't we? Looking up the words, looking to see what it really means. And there's a very different and very consistent picture in the Bible than this hodgepodge of pagan ideas and doctrines that are the Christian church. So what does this bring us to? Well, we have to cross out all these cute little warm fuzzies. Warm fuzzies toward pagan thinking was how the heaven afterlife myth became a Christian doctrine. So this is why, even though we may feel attached to that because our Aunt Martha went off to heaven and the pastor said so at her funeral, well, there's a different hope than what the pastor said. And we need to believe in what Yahweh actually says in his word, because after all, isn't he the one that knows? Isn't he the one that tells us what the truth is? Of course, not everybody is enamored with heaven. Not everybody has warm fuzzies towards spending forever in the Christian heaven. So we have these two little cherubs. So is this really heaven? Yeah, when does the fun start? And the Christian God says, this is getting to be a very long eternity. Imagine, go to heaven, you've got all these cherubs sitting on clouds, doing their mischief, whatever it is. A lot of people think heaven would be very boring because this is the picture that they have of heaven. So you went to heaven, so what? What does that mean? What are you going to do? Why is that better than being here? We don't have answers to those questions because it's all a myth. The real truth of resurrection is very different. It gives us a dynamic hope for the future, and it gives us something more. It gives us resurrection power for the life that we're living right now. And the thing about this is the life to come and the age to come is connected with the life we're living right now. And one determines the other. This is very clear in Scripture, that what we do in this life, in advancing the kingdom, is going to be the very thing that will determine the rewards that we will receive, very real kind of rewards in the kingdom. Rewards that will keep us busy with really good things to do. So what does it mean to know the power of his resurrection? Paul talked about this. This is what he was interested in. He says, that I may know him, that is Messiah, and the power of his resurrection. What is it to know the power of his resurrection? And then he says, if by any means I may attain to the resurrection from the dead. So these are interesting questions. It's not a matter of just dying and floating off to heaven. There's something to do with the power of his resurrection, something to attain to. What is this all about? It's a sacred mystery of a power that comes to us who believe through his resurrection in this life. And Paul talked about that. He was talking about a prayer that he had for us, for the believers, that we would have the eyes of our hearts enlightened. See, this is revelation. You have to get this by revelation. Even reading the scripture about it doesn't make you know it. It's something you must get through revelation. But I'm going to tell you about it because then you can pray to get the revelation if you haven't received it. That you may know what is the hope of his calling. It's something beyond simply being there in the age to come. That's just the beginning. It's like, let's say you get invited to some event. You get invited to go to a dance. Just going to the dance hall is not what you're looking forward to, just being there. It's an event where you do something. The hope of your calling. There's more to it than just being there. What are the riches of the glory of his inheritance in the holy ones? Oh, an inheritance. Wow. What is the exceeding greatness of his power toward us who believe? According to that working of the strength of his might, which he worked in Messiah when he raised him from the dead. You see, there's a direct connection in our life between the power that raised Messiah from the dead in the resurrection and this great power toward us who believe. These things have to do with resurrection power that can be put to work in this life. Here's more. For we don't desire to have you uninformed concerning our affliction. Paul was under great affliction at this time. And he describes it, and he says, we were weighed down exceedingly beyond our power, so much that we despaired even of life. Have you ever been weighed down beyond your own power to deal with? That's what he's talking about. We thought we're going to die. We felt like we're going to die. Yes, we ourselves have had the sentence of death within ourselves. Within themselves, they knew they were going to die. And here's the reason, that we should not trust in ourselves, but in Elohim who raises the dead, who delivered us out of so great a death and does deliver, on whom we have set our hope that he will also still deliver us. You see, this resurrection power can actually be put to work in our lives, in this life, even when we ourselves feel that we are delivered to death itself and we come to the end of ourselves. That's what Paul is saying. So, I have a testimony about this, to the resurrection power through Yeshua Messiah. And we've had quite a few people that have come to join us since I gave this testimony back in March of 2016, 3 years ago. This was at the end of that Shemitah year. And you know, we had an amazing Shemitah year. Amazing things happened during that time. And it was at a Sabbath. I was here for the Sabbath meeting. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. But during the day, which was still Sabbath following, that's when I had some strange things start happening. And the truth is, I died. And I want to share that story. Now, this is a video that you may have seen if you've been with us longer. If so, it has things in it I think you might want to see again. And I think many who might be newly with us have never seen it. So it's not that long, and I'm going to share it. So who was this Jonah? Jonah was a prophet of the one and only true God. And Jonah received an assignment that he didn't like. And so Jonah decided to go in the opposite direction from the direction he was sent, as far away as he could get from doing his mission. And out in the midst of the ocean, aboard a ship, Yahweh found him there, sent a storm that all but capsized the ship, so that everybody on board had their life at stake. In the end of it, it was revealed that this was because of Jonah. So the reluctant prophet was thrown over the bow of the ship into the frothy, stormy seas. Down, down, down he went into the depths of the ocean. As he looked up towards the surface and could see the light fading and fading, seaweed wrapped around his feet. His breath was taken away from him, and his life was sure to be gone. At that moment, Jonah was inhaled by a huge fish. In the belly of the fish, Jonah was as good as in the grave. Three days, Jonah was in the pit. 3 days, Jonah threw himself upon the mercy of his Creator. There's no return for a person that has this happen to them. And yet, as we see in our picture, the 3 days ended with Jonah still alive, vomited up onto the seashore. Jonah had a spirit in him, a reluctant spirit that was very different than Yeshua Messiah, who always chose to do his Father's will. But the scriptures use people, weak people, normal people, to illustrate for us truths about our Creator. And so we find in the scripture pictures about different people that point to Messiah. And they're not perfect people, but there's things about them that point to Messiah. And I think we know about Jonah, 3 days in the pit, and then he was raised up. Yeshua Messiah referred to this as the sign of Jonah. It is the sign of the power of the resurrection life of Yeshua Messiah. They killed him on the tree. And he was dead. And they buried him in the heart of the earth. And in 3 days, his body, now in a glorified state, was raised up by the power of the Almighty. This was the picture of Jonah, and it was a sign to that wicked generation that judgment was soon to fall upon them. The prophet Jonah is also a picture of the remnant in the last days, the remnant of Israel. Unfortunately, the remnant at the beginning of the story were a lot like Jonah, reluctant to do the Father's will, choosing the opposite direction instead of the direction of obedience. And so they were scattered throughout the earth, effectively cast into the great deep, and they sunk deeper, deeper, deeper into this world and into the passing years, the passing centuries, and the passing millennia. Until, like Jonah, invisible in the belly of the fish, deep beneath the waves, the remnant of Israel have disappeared from the sight of all mankind. But Yahweh has been doing business with the remnant of Israel here in these last days, just as he did business with Jonah. And more, we have been coming to repentance. More and more, we are having our eyes opened, and we're seeing that we are indeed in exile in a foreign land. That we are as good as in the pit. And in the right moment, indeed on the third day, we are being raised up again, just as what happened to Jonah. Jonah is a picture of resurrection life. It's only the resurrection life of Yeshua Messiah that could raise up the remnant out of the pit in these last days. Recently, I had my own experience similar to what Jonah experienced. And it was not because I was choosing to go in the opposite direction from him, but it was for the Father's will, whatever it may be, and I accepted it as such. Now, it was a very interesting experience that I had, and I'm going to share it with you. Before I do, I want to just play a sound clip for you. Now, many of you might know in 2011, after we had a fire here at Zion, Yahweh sent a prophet to speak to me, to tell me what his will was for me, his purpose was for me. And the clip I'm going to play you is just a section of it that tells me about my future. Let me share it with you.
I am bringing my children back to my land where all authority is given. No one earns this unless they earn this through my will. Your authority is to lead them back, and you will.
That is a promise, and I received it as a promise. I received it as the word of Yahweh, that it was his will for me to lead the remnant back home to Israel. And there's an affirmative there. You will. And I believe I will. And I've been working towards that goal. That's why I'm talking to you right now. That's why I'm always talking to you, right? And yet, I just had my third heart attack. You know, we have a presidential election going on, a presidential process. And the voters right now, if they were thinking who they were going to elect, if they had somebody on there that has had 3 heart attacks, I think they would cross that person off and say, well, that person is not the guy. And that is how human beings think. Yahweh thinks entirely differently in how he does things. He told Abraham that he was going to make his seed like the stars of heaven. And then he made his wife barren so she couldn't even have one child. Time and again, what we see Yahweh do is make it impossible for what he promises to happen. Have you noticed that? So he made me this promise, and then since he's done that, I've had 2 heart attacks. This last one that I had was on last Shabbat. Yes, we haven't skipped a beat, have we? So next Shabbat, we're having our Shabbat meeting. Everything's the same. It could have been different. It could have been very different if things had gone according to what my body was telling me. If you remember last Shabbat, I talked to you about resurrection life. When you have Yeshua Messiah living inside of you, you have a life within you that is far beyond the natural life. And it is a guarantee to you that just as Yeshua Messiah was raised from the dead, on that day when he returns, you will be raised from the dead with him. And even in this very life, when you meet up to those problems that are too hard and too great for the strength within your body, his resurrection life kicks in and makes you more than what you otherwise could be. Last Shabbat, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was having strange feelings in my chest. Now, this was my 3rd heart attack, and yet this felt very different from the other 2. Momentarily, I was in crisis. Fortunately, Dawn recognized what was happening, and she called 911. She has some knowledge about hospitals and medical things, and she was able to give them very good information. They had an EMT there very soon. I was going in and out of consciousness, and we were off and running. My natural life was caving in. It's interesting because I could feel within myself the 2 kinds of life that I have. I could feel my natural life. My blood pressure had sunk to about 40 beats, just barely keeping me alive. And the sensation I had reminded me of Jonah. You know, Jonah said, I went down to the bottoms of the mountains. The earth barred me in. Yet have you brought up my life from the pit, Yahweh, my Elohim. when my soul fainted within me, I remembered Yahweh. My prayer came into you, into your holy temple. It's a lot like that, what I experienced. My soul fainted within me. My natural life. It kind of was collapsing in upon itself. This is what it feels like. And falling down. Falling down into a pit. And yet, the resurrection life was not touched. It was the same. I was fully cognizant of what was going on, fully in touch with Yeshua Messiah. And of course, I didn't want to die, but I was not afraid of death. Neither did I say to Yahweh, Yahweh, you made this promise to me, so you have to keep that promise. You have to keep me alive. That's not my way of doing things. It's not for me to figure out how Yahweh is going to accomplish that promise. It's for me to say to him, I feel my life leaving my body. My body is saying to me, this is the end. I'm going to die. And Father, I want to be alive. I want to be able to go on, but however you choose, I'm going to accept it because that's your will. That was my prayer. In fact, I said, into your hands I commit my life. All of this was going on the helicopter on the way to the hospital. They had a crack team of heart people in there that got a hold of me and started doing all kinds of weird things to my body. And they were a great team. And I praise Yahweh that in every step of the chain of this event, starting with Dawn, going through the EMTs, the flight, everything that happened in the hospital, every single decision that was made about me was the right decision. My heart was all but stopped. So much so, in fact, that the blood began to coagulate in my veins. It was hardening inside my veins. And they infused various things into my body. I don't even know all of what they were. And they fought for my life for about 3 hours. And one of the things they did was so interesting. They infused this cold fluid into my body. It was to protect my brain from having brain damage. The effect was to feel very much like sinking down into the cold ocean. They did what they needed to do with me. They got me stabilized. They put me where I needed to be in the hospital. And my recovery began. Like Jonah was in the fish for 3 days, I was in the hospital for 3 days. And my life returned to me very quickly, as you can see. Here's what I know about this. My body was saying, you're going to die. Now, that wasn't just fear. That was the fact that my life force was wanting to leave my body. But the resurrection life that lives inside of me, through Yeshua Messiah, was such as to preserve me alive through these events. It was interesting. I think it was the next day. I called home, talked to the folks at home. Of course, they had been praying for me. Many of you had been praying for me. I thank you so much. Your prayers really helped to buoy me up through this time. And they reminded me that they had listened to the Midrash that next morning. And it's, as you know, we have a schedule, right? Every week for the Midrash. The title of this one, Victory Over Death. And so they sat there listening to the Midrash with all of this encouragement coming to them from the scriptures, building them up, consoling them, helping them at this moment, while I myself had been coming through this event. Now, if you talk to any of them, they would tell you, in one way, this is not unusual, because a lot of times, what's going on in the Midrash is going on here. We see it happening over and over again. But you know, this is just another evidence of how Yahweh has his hand over his remnant. Now, I'm saying this to you because, like I told you last Shabbat, if you have Yeshua Messiah living in you, you have resurrection life. You may have things wrong with your body, okay? You may have health problems. But whatever the case is in your life, you have resurrection life, resurrection power. And when the natural life of your mind and your body fails you, that resurrection life is there. And I want you to believe that. Because if you believe that, you can step out in faith and do mighty things that you need to do, that the remnant needs to do here in these last days. Resurrection life. So we look at Jonah, a picture of resurrection life. Deep in the pit, in the belly of the fish, far under the surface of the depths, doing business with Yahweh in his holy temple. He says, "You brought up my life from the pit." He says, "I will sacrifice to you with the voice of thanksgiving. I will pay that which I have vowed. Salvation belongs to Yahweh." This is the truth of the Word of God, and it is also my testimony to you on this Shabbat. This is our Yahweh. This is our Yeshua salvation. He is our salvation. And let me tell you something. Whatever that scumbag, Hasatan, wants to throw at us, he's bigger than what that is. And we will complete the work that he has given us to do. We will go home in the second Exodus. We will be his glory in the earth, and we will see Yeshua Messiah coming on the clouds of heaven. Well, you know, I watched that, and I'm thinking as I'm watching that, this was 1 week after that happened. You know, that was just amazing. If I didn't tell you it had happened and you came to that meeting, you would never know that I had just died. You know, my heart actually did stop. And not only that, but the doctor who worked on me said that he was amazed because he said what happened was beyond his ability to do, that he didn't do it, and he was really mystified how it happened. So, wow. I mean, I wanted to share that with you because I want you to know that you have that resurrection power in your life. And if you are choosing to walk according to His will for His purposes, then He's going to be with you in whatever is happening. And in those moments, when you are the weakest, that's when His power will be made known. You know, Paul wrote about that. He said, "He has said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, I will rather glory in my weaknesses, that the power of Messiah may rest on me. For when I am weak, then I am strong." You know, most men want to feel like they're strong. And most men don't say things like this. Paul was not afraid to embrace his weaknesses because he knew in those moments when he was weak, that's when the power of Messiah would come through and do amazing things, and did do amazing things through him and through so many more who have that resurrection life. So the whole point for the remnant tonight is to allow His resurrection power to be revealed in your life however He wants to do it.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. Explaining the threat. Exposing the lies. And pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations, each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the Scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus Seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all three groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group.
Do the events and moral legislation in the world today seem a bit strange? And what about all of the incidents we hear about on the news that appear to strategically promote this ungodly and oppressive path of immorality and control? Is this all just mere coincidence? Eliyahu ben David's series, War on the Saints, reveals to us details about the ones behind this immoral chaos, along with vital information regarding the war that the adversary and his worldly regime has waged on the holy ones. Coming up is a short preview from Eliyahu ben David's War on the Saints DVD series.
What is this? Do you wonder what that is? Why do we have these basic human rights of LGBT people represented in a pyramid, with the top of the pyramid separated from the bottom of the pyramid? Why do we have this other pyramid with 7 stars? Do you think those 7 stars could each represent 10 stars? Maybe that means 70 stars. And how come the crown, which represents a nation, why is that underneath the pyramid? And what are those lines, if not the laws of the nation, under servitude to the pyramid? Does that just sound like conspiracy theory? How about this? Here's the back of your dollar bill. Annuit Corpus Novus Ordo Seclorum, announcing conception of a new secular order. Do you see anything in common between these two seals? Does this mean that the United States of America, in contravention of the Constitution of this country and in violation of the oath taken by the leaders of this country, has actually made the United Nations the ruler of America? It's like the shell game. God-given rights are now out. UN rights are now in. And it's a whole new world. Old beliefs, bigots, treated as such. What does that mean? It means that just as Balaam and Balak and the leaders of Midian conspired together for a way to overturn the people of God, so the enemies of God have conspired. And they have cooked up a plot that is meant to push all the people from the Judeo-Christian tradition aside, to silence them, to minimize them from having any impact on their New World Order plan. And, in fact, to persecute the saints. The saints being the holy ones of God, those who have separated themselves from the evils of this world to the service of the one and only Creator of this world. They have declared war on the saints.